Okay, we are going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. It is 10 a.m. and we are in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as hybrid online. First thing we need to take care of is a roll call. So starting with my right.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Rearguez.
Geneva Shawnette.
Me and Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Teddy Erico,
Dan,
and online we have Dan.
right.
Item number one, work session. 1A, Telluride R1 School District Workforce Housing Project at the middle high school. And we have Michelle Dodds and Kevin Geiger here to present.
Yes, Mayor and council members, Chris Hawkins and John Pandolfo approached planning staff some time ago about the idea of adding workforce housing to the middle high school site. And they are here to present their idea, which they have some points to discuss, and they're looking for your initial direction and guidance.
Great. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thanks for having us here this morning. As you know, the district passed bond ballot measure 4A last November. The majority of that, more than 50%, is, has allocated towards workforce housing. So we have been working on various workforce housing initiatives that are going to just really help us ideally meet our goal of being able to have about 30% or a third of our employees, available with district housing available for them. So we have had about 14, 15 units prior to passing the bond. We closed on bond funds last March. We have, at this point, as of next Monday, when we close on units up in Meadowlark, we'll have added 9 units thus far this year since then. And it brings us a little bit towards that goal, but we have more to do. So we are pursuing things in Rico. We've pursued things in Mountain Village. We're looking down into Rivers, potentially with other developments that may happen down there. But one of the sites that we've identified that is, for us really has a lot of appeal is behind the school on the property that is just to the north of our back parking lot of the high school, near where the Grow Dome is currently situated. There's a bench of land that heads up towards kind of that Butcher Creek development. And that's really what we are, considering for siting housing on. And I think there's a lot of benefits to that from the district perspective, with being able to use land that we already own when we're very limited in land. And oftentimes school districts, I'd say around the state and country, are a little bit land rich. We're not. And so that is, that's a site that, could be very amenable to having housing there. So that's really what we're here to talk about today. And I think I'll probably turn it over to Chris at this point, just to get into some of the details of that.
Great.
So I got a slide over now.
Yeah. Morning, Chris Hawkins with Alpine Planning. We're excited to be in front of you today. This is a site John was talking about up here in the corner. There's a little greenhouse. This is just a conceptual plan I put together that reflects the town grid. Pretend there were lot lines there, because if there were, it would look the same. If there's not, it wouldn't look any different. And so that's one of the concepts we're looking at. Obviously, an architect needs to get involved in this and study the site more and look at this, but looking at something like this with some prefabricated or modular type housing that meets the design standards. And town is kind of the thought process. As far as the path to housing, if you're amenable to it, amending the intergovernmental agreements or creating one that reflects and honors the past IGAs with the town. We'd also like to have a THA subcommittee work session on the deed restriction. And then looking at some time at the RFP process to get an architectural firm on board. Giving a courtesy plan review by the Planning and Zoning Commission is something that's kind of embodied in the current IGAs. Just kind of giving them an update on that. And then, of course, going to Hark and meeting all the design standards. We're not asking for any waivers for that whatsoever. And then, ultimately preparing and submitting building permits. So, the nice thing about the intergovernmental agreements is you can help facilitate housing by waivers, and that's the school today was founded upon a lot of that. And I'll give a little bit of that history in a minute, but one of the thoughts we're thinking is no subdivision because there's not going to be any land conveyance. Nobody that drives past there will ever know there's not a subdivision under there. It'll look just like it would be. It's not going to look like a multifamily development. An expedited review process is something else the district would like, just like the town has. I think everyone's aware of why that helps with affordability. Having Hark building permit, water and sewer tap fee waivers, like town housing projects would also be nice for the district, which is a quasi-governmental entity. And then a waiver of certain zone district dimensional standards, except maximum building height, roof pitch, and parking requirements. I mean, those are kind of the obvious ones you need to meet. You're looking at setbacks, lot coverage. The school district as a whole, if you had a FAR limit on the school district side as a whole, the school has a lot of floor area. We don't even want to go there. We'd rather just have simple floor areas for each home. And these homes are less than 2,000 square feet. I think they're in the 1,500 to 1,800 square foot range. Very small housing units. On-site stormwater detention and potentially others. I think in this process, we need to work through the timing and everything, but past IGAs haven't been finalized until the Hark process is through. So maybe if we could get a rough intergovernmental agreement framed out and approved by this body, subject to working through the Hark process, and then we finalize it at the end, that might make sense. Obviously, we need to coordinate with town staff and the attorney's office on that and really work out what makes sense. The other waiver is a deed restriction that does not place restrictions on income or assets. This is similar to other district housing deed restrictions in the town. And this is, and I'll let John explain that because I'll probably mess it up. But to me, I think it's just certain employees might make a little bit more, or there might be more assets. Do you want to add to that?
Well, I think basically, the current restrictions, we have one unit in town that we own that is under the standard deed restriction, and we're very limited. We can live in there. It's a 3-bedroom. We basically have a single parent with 2 children. If we have an employee who is married and working as a teacher in the school district, they would be very challenged to kind of meet those deed restriction requirements. So our restrictions do basically say they need to be an employee of the district and stay an employee of the district.
And that's really why we want to go talk to the THA subcommittee, because we want this to be a true housing project and not have, try to get agreement on that. And then extended vested property rights for up to 10 years. We're not sure how fast this is going to happen or what, but I think the intent is to move forward with this, but as you heard earlier, there's a lot of things moving with the district right now. And so just an extended vested property right would be good for this, so they could be developed over time if needed. The IGA Foundation, in the narrative, I provided a kind of a detailed review of the 5 IGAs in the past. And it really started in 1994. The district could have come to town and put a school there at the site without any town review. They could have done that. That's state law. The school district needed to vacate a right of way, and that was kind of the impetus to this intergovernmental agreement requirement, where there was a quid pro quo, where the town agreed to vacate the right of way in exchange for the waivers. And then so there's been a lot that goes over time, including, the provision of the Palm Theater as one of those kind of give and takes over time. The IGA Foundation is in state statutes. It's very clear for new schools, but it's not clear for modifications to schools. And so you kind of have to look to that original foundation in state statute. And it's basically says they permit the district to determine the location of the public schools of the school district and construct necessary buildings and structures. And so we're trying to put the housing under that umbrella of necessary facilities for the school. And these waivers that have been out there that kind of frame the property. And we met with staff. Staff seemed receptive to this approach to amend the IGAs to cite this out there. Staff seemed very supportive of trying to get it out here. And so that was kind of our next move to get in front of you. Present this, have a work session and listen to you and see what questions or comments you might have. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I will open it up for any questions from council for either the school district or staff, and fire away.
Everyone's looking at me.
Yeah,
You
no.
have questions.
I have questions.
We all have questions.
Why don't you start and then we can.
So I have a couple questions. So you mentioned that you are not particularly land rich, and one of my questions would be like, would you need this land for something else for the functioning of the school? Like, is it the best use of the land to use it for housing? Because I know inevitably our needs will grow as a community, and would it be better to keep this land for a future expansion of the school?
At this point, I think you may be correct that inevitably the community will grow, but right now what we're really looking at looking at the demographics of the state in general, our community, where the numbers have been and kind of where we see things going in at least the near term future, that we're on a slight declining enrollment trend. Now, I would love to see our enrollment grow, but because we've already had our enrollment decline pretty significantly over the last 10-ish years by more than 100 students from 100 to 120, from what our maximum enrollment was a little more than a decade ago until where we're at now, and looking at declining enrollment further, we really see it being pretty far off in the future where we would ever need to consider more school buildings.
And I want to add to that too, because one question I have, and it kind of piggybacks on, the highest and best use of that land. And I do support housing there, but I don't know if the school district has, a 25+ year future plan. I think when you look at some of the neighboring immediate communities, whether it's us, the town of Mountain Village, or the county, and where we're looking at expanding affordable housing and just growth of the community, you'd like to think that, call it 25 years, whatever it is that the school district will be growing. And I would love to see just in the region what the plans are, for future school space, ball fields, support structures, and things of that nature. You may already have that because I don't have a kid and in the dark on it. But, when you think of other communities like Aspen, who at some point moved their campus out of town, and the traffic that it causes and all of that, as we, turn into a little bit more of a regional community that far down the road, just another point to bring up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all. So this might be more of a question for staff, but what are the benefits of subdividing the lot? Like, what if we allow them to keep it as one lot? What are the downsides of that, or are there any?
I think that they don't actually want to subdivide the lot.
Right. And so why would,
And I think that for them, there's a benefit. It remains in the ownership of the school district, and I'm sure there are other reasons that went into that decision. It would be permanent housing
what would,
that remained in the ownership of the school district. And so there would be, if they carved that off, there would be different requirements that might impede their project.
but what would be, what are we losing out on if we allow them to not subdivide the lot is my question. Like, what would be the pros to requiring them to subdivide it? Or are there any?
I'm not an expert in this area, but I
Yeah.
think if it were subdivided, and let's say we were a different organization than a school district, and we were looking at putting some form of employee housing, it would be a lot harder down the road for us to look to sell, anything off if it were not subdivided. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah, there's
And we're
a
not
strong
planning to ever
incentive
do
to keep it with the
anything.
school, but, and I'm speaking as a land use planner on this, that that there's no downside to this in this situation because it will look like as if it's subdivided and the purpose of a subdivision is to convey land. That really is all it is for. I mean, and you know, it's gonna practically look like it has setbacks and everything else, so they're gonna look like individual lots, but for, you know, that's the only purpose of a subdivision. You could do a multifamily development on one lot and call these multifamily, even if you wanted to, but that's just my opinion as a planner.
Yeah.
Because it just allows conveyance.
So there's really no like trade-off on our end for that.
I can't see one.
Okay, cool. The other note that I had was about parking. The parking spots in front of the potential development. I saw that those remain, but you currently use those for school employees, I believe. So would those then be the parking spots for the housing development, or would you add additional parking spots for the development?
Well, the theory is that there'd be teachers that were already parking at the school or there in the unit. So you have one space per unit required in the town. So you have one teacher who's working at the school. So it's really, in my mind, no net loss of parking. Because I understand the parking concern at the school, rightly so.
I'm a little concerned by that comment, just because you're probably not gonna have single individuals living in these. They're not one bedroom or studios, they're multi-unit. So the likelihood that that unit is only gonna have one vehicle is pretty low. I'm not saying that our standard differs from that, but what I'm saying is from your practical standpoint of the functioning of the school, I know how tight the parking already is. And if you have people living on site, they're gonna most likely have 2 vehicles per unit, if not more. If they have teenaged kids, that kid might also have their own vehicle. So I would say, I think that, you know, thinking about expanding the parking as part of this, I think would have to be a necessity just for you, for the functioning of the school. Elena asked my question. I'm wondering, you know, this, because the school district is, you know, like you mentioned, is not as land rich as a lot of other districts, maybe in other parts of the state are. I'm wondering if maybe a more practical approach to this is phasing it. I know that, you know, the communities around us, town, Mountain Village, the county, are looking at pretty significant housing projects in the near future. And I'm wondering if it might be advantageous to, obviously there's a need immediate right now, but not fully developing it just with the outlook of, okay, we in 10 years might need to do an expansion of the school. This is the space to do it. If it is full of permanent housing, that's going to be a hard sell to do, to remove those houses to expand the school, or you're going to be looking at moving. I'm just wondering if that was taken into consideration as maybe like phasing it in chunks, like getting some right now and then seeing where we're at in a few years and then getting it a little bit. I know that there's a lot of housing on the horizon, I think, in other projects as well. So just throwing that out there as a consideration.
Sure, I can speak to a couple of those things. Number one, on the parking, we do recognize the parking challenges that we have at the school, and this, you know, has been a consideration in this thus far. We are looking predominantly at 1 bedroom and maybe with a few, but certainly not more than half 2 bedrooms for this particular project. We do have 3-bedroom family type units in other places, but we don't really see that as being a good fit right here. So in terms of the number of cars that would be needed, we understand the challenge there. As part of the other half-ish of our bond initiative, we're looking at all the different facilities work, a lot of which is happening next year. And we're really looking at setting up the current schools that we have for ideally a 30-year horizon of keeping them in really good shape and doing that work now to really help our schools be in the best possible shape for that. But part of that project is also looking at what we currently have for parking and figuring out how do we maximize, improve with a area we have, which again, isn't very much area, what our current front parking lot is and our back parking lot. There's not a lot of room to get more spots, but we're going to be trying to squeeze every spot that we have out of that. Just on the diagram to kind of the left of where the housing is and underneath it a little bit, there is a big kind of solid, strong, high retaining wall, and there is limited parking along the bottom of that retaining wall. But there may be room to make some improvements there just to, again, try to squeeze out a little parking, which would all be, you know, part of this. So.
Is there a master plan in the future, far away in the future, that would potentially encompass a parking garage underneath the soccer field to solve a lot of these challenges as, you know, whether that's an intergovernmental agreement or two levels underneath it, one for public, one for the school, all fun stuff like that?
But that's, I mean, that's also, I mean, Teddy and I both grew up in New York, so like we're very used to like elevated fields. But I think using that space could also be for like classroom expansion as well. And I think to sort of everybody's point, just to kind of jump in as well. I mean, my concern is that we are talking about significant housing development for our workforce here in the community. And I would want to see whatever your plan is for the school reflect what we ultimately believe that the future of the region will look like. Just so that we don't get into a situation. I feel like we, as a community, do a really good job of solving our immediate needs and creating significant problems in the future. And I would like us to try and avoid that if possible, you know, in this regard. And then so I would really like to see that reflected before we really even moved forward with this plan. And I think the other side of it to, you know, that kind of jumped out at me was that for 8 units, I mean, if we can put 8 units there, could we put 16? Could we put 20? Could we go up in height? Because I think we do need that housing. And I think we have so many housing needs for community members that are not able to access special taxing district funds, that I would love to see the special taxing districts taking care of their subset so that the town housing that's being developed or the community housing that's being developed can really focus on the employees that don't have those opportunities available to them.
Yeah, and I think that is, I mean, that's a very good point. It is something we consider to get to this point. And I think part of what we're trying to balance is what would be a good fit there and the other places that we are looking at try to have work towards our own goals of housing and not try to put, like, we were really considering what would the impact be of a much bigger structure there on, you know, how it fits in with the area, the community, everything else, and kind of what is best. So I think we're open to anything as, you know, a concept, but this is the direction we kind of got to at this point of not trying to have it be as large of a scale, hoping that we can meet those needs and some of the other things we're looking into.
And in regards to the concern about, you know, what's the future hold for housing with the county's master plan now done? I think we can get data from the county, like how many housing units are you anticipating out in the county for that plan? Because beyond that, there's not a lot of room for growth in the region. I mean, it's just landlocked, and the same is true for Telluride, the same is true for Mountain Village. So, you know, we know, and Lance could probably tell us off the top of his head how many housing units are left to be built in the town. Mountain Village can do the same with their master plan too. So we can look at that and get those numbers to give you some assurance of here's the projected growth of housing units in the next 20, 30 years. Here's the school's capacity based on demographics today that we know, like the average number of kids per household unit. And just make sure, it's a good point. I mean, just to make sure that that's there, but I was surprised to hear the drop of 100 students. That's an interesting demographic. I'm not sure what's behind that, but I'd like to find out more.
I think
It's
the
prob-
lack
kids
of
right now.
availability
Well,
of
no, it's
Yeah.
probably, there was a lot of families that transplanted during COVID and moved their kids here from cities that, you know, that wasn't as nice to live in during pandemic times. And I think, you know, that a lot of those families also went back.
There was a little baby boom class too.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
It's why
Yeah.
it's why we built out the school
Yeah,
initially.
that
was
would be
for
my
one-
daughter's.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Our
So,
Year of the
current
fish.
graduating-
yeah.
our current graduating class will be our largest
Yeah,
by far, and the next biggest is the one that graduated last year.
right.
And after the next couple of years, we're gonna be down significantly. We're graduating classes that are between 70 and 90 over the last few years and having incoming kindergarten classes of 50. So that's just what we're dealing with. Now, there's a lot of in and out over the years since then, but you know, but we are seeing that decline in enrollment. I would also say that, you know, we want to utilize the land that is behind that parking lot. If I were to think of anywhere that I've seen schools designed and built in, you know, from my knowledge, which again is not vast because that's not my area of expertise, that's not as much a school site back there. If the front parking lot had to become a new school site with whatever multi-level garages going up or down, or I don't even know if we're talking long-term future, and we have absolutely no other land at our disposal that we can have access to, that would be something I think that would be more aligned with what would be realistic. But with all that said, I get, we have to really be considered very in a lot of detail, what are we doing if we have it?
Did you guys do a feasibility study on, because you own that land too, all the way like behind the bus barn, so I guess I'm wondering like, why did you choose that portion of the hillside?
Yeah, we actually don't own all the
Oh,
land
you-
behind the bus barn. I
That's
think
owned
the
by the-
town owns a fair amount.
The town owns that land. It's really expensive to get access to that land. That's why it hasn't been.
So
developed
where does the
yet.
property line back here? Because I'm just looking at this one map.
It's marked, isn't it? That line that says workforce housing, the blue.
So right
box.
here, this is all school stuff, right?
In a different image, they have it outlined.
Oh, this
Right
one.
here, yeah.
That's
Vicinity
where it
map.
stops.
Yeah, the land behind the bus barn is owned by the school district. There's a
It is.
Curtis Street
That's what I
right
thought.
away. The Curtis Street right away extends down behind the bus barn, and that land is owned by the town. There's also, yeah, and there's also rockfall hazard over there, so it's more expensive to develop on that side. We don't think there's rockfall hazard on this side, but we need to get Troutner to take a look at that.
Directly behind where the Palm Theater is, if you're looking at that image, where the blue outlined lot is, the back line of that lot where it continues straight back. There's basically rectangle lots back there, and the town owns the majority of those, and the one that was done in an IGA, and this is out of my memory, over to the school district actually cuts down right into the corner of the Palm Theater. That was kind of one of those IGAs dealt with the trade to make that job.
I have one more comment, and it kind of came up when you said that a lot of these will probably be studios or one
Or
bedrooms.
one or two,
One or two
yeah,
bedrooms.
not studio.
Okay. I mean, even still, I think this kind of applies. I wonder if it would be a more efficient use of the space to consider like duplexes or townhomes instead of single family, because the idea of a single family one bedroom seems kind of inefficient in terms of space and materials. So I would, and I don't know, why you guys made that decision, but I would kind of throw that out there as maybe consider more efficient ways to use the space, especially if they're going to be smaller units.
Well, it might be based on the need of their teacher workforce.
I'm okay. I get the one bedrooms. I'm saying, can we have like duplexes or townhomes instead of one bedroom, single
Yeah,
family?
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because then you're,
That'll reduce down site disturbance some too, if you look at like two
Mhm.
fourplexes, for example.
yeah.
Single families, they're, from a quality of life, they're different than a multifamily, a little bit of both, so, but. If I get the density comment, if we can get some more density back there and it fits into the site, again, we're also thinking about Butcher Creek and not wanting to block views across there, things like that. Sure, I mean, that's all stuff we can explore.
Well, if you increase density too, to my earlier point, you could do 9 units right now on less land. And then and then hold some of that back maybe for future development or for future school use. So by not making them single family homes and doing even duplexes, you could greatly reduce the amount. Just an idea. Again, like I said, I get a little bit of heartburn to Mian's point about thinking about that, we're talking about a development at the bottom of Chair 7 that could have 200 plus units there that we're hoping are going to be year-round full-time residents, and hopefully that would allow people to have children. And this is this would be a great quality of life for them to be able to walk to the school. I'm just trying to think about like really what is the best overarching plan for future needs.
They're great points. Appreciate all the comments in the work session. I think we're probably getting close to our time. It feels that way, but.
And we had started with the multifamily concept and had some of those discussions with staff as well, and it's just where we are right now and kind of progression with this, but it's really valuable to hear your.
Great. And we haven't heard from Geneva or Dan if they have other comments to add that we haven't heard.
I just wanted to sort of we tend to get excited to plan other people's projects too, and I wanna remember also that, you know, they've got these bond proceeds and we want them to be housing their employees and taking initiative and building things, and we have these big projects coming up, but we want them to participate in those too. And I think that we should be open to working with the school district and working with other taxing districts for, in a way where they can. I love having our deed restriction because I think it's the best. But recognizing that some of the needs for or desires for doing a separate project that doesn't have our deed restriction is important.
Agreed.
Even though it would make more sense efficiently to put, you know, if we can utilize some of their cash into one of our big projects, but being open to having a separate deed restriction for that, because otherwise they're kind of stuck if we're poo-pooing a project that they want to bring forward under their own.
I don't think anyone's poo-pooing.
I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, I guess I would probably say that, like, thank you, by the way, like, very clearly, like, this is really exciting. You know, we went through a number of mill levies last year, and this is the first we've seen of a housing project come forward from those funds. And I think as a community member and community leader, I'm incredibly grateful to see this actually coming to fruition the way the community intended it to.
Thank you for that. And I also just do want to say that again, I started by saying, you know, we did acquire some units in Rico. We have units already in Two Rivers and Watson. We have a few units in the town, but we want to have everything everywhere. One thing that's clear to us is our employees' preference is the closer the better.
Mhm.
You can't really get much closer than this, maybe it's a little too close.
I have that thought.
But you know, that's part of our incentive is to really have an inventory that meets a lot of different needs for our different employees.
Awesome.
Great.
But
Um,
Dan?
Dan, do you have anything to add or?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time and the information for our work session. We really appreciate it. And it's exciting to, as Mian said, exciting to, you know, see some proposals to add more housing for our community and specifically for the school and the bond issue that was passed previously. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll coordinate with town staff on next steps and the most efficient way to get this back in front of you.
Great.
Make sure we're headed down the right path. So, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Perfect. Thank you. That brings us to work session item 1B, short-term rental booking fees and tax requirements. We have Kevin Geiger, Tiffany Kavanaugh, and Kaylee Ranta here to discuss this item. Is Callie online or gonna run across the?
Sure.
It's gonna sprint in any second.
Run through the gloom.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Kevin Geiger. I think I'll start with a brief presentation on this. We do have some other members of town staff who are available to answer any questions that you may have, and I anticipate that you likely could have some questions.
Kevin, I have a question. I don't mean to interrupt. I do have a short-term rental license and want to make sure that I disclose that in this discussion and it's okay in a work session for me to contribute to it.
Yes, thanks for the disclosure. I think you're not alone on that. I do as well as a staff member. I think other council members might also be in that position of having an STR license. I think there are 750 plus licenses in the town of Telluride. We've had discussion about legislation of general applicability. This would certainly be legislation of general applicability where there's no direct conflict of interest scenario for financial interest. On this issue, again, 700, 800 licenses in the whole town of Telluride. It's almost like a third of the population if you considered rental units, excuse me, if you considered units equating to population. So I don't think it's a concern, but your council members, of course, could ask you questions on this if they feel they would like to.
Please do. If you're uncomfortable with me contributing to the discussion, that's totally fine.
I mean, I also have a short-term rental license, so I think
As do I.
half of council does,
Okay.
so I think if the remaining three are okay with.
My interpretation was that this is a legislative like move. We're not talking about something specific to our individual STRs. It's all of them overarching and that was
It's a work session, I
applicable.
think.
Yeah, there's lots of things, but
That's-
as especially for us, it's important for us to discuss it early as well as be transparent to all the listening public as well. So bring that up. Thank you, Kevin.
No problem. Great. I think we're ready to proceed then. Okay, so wanted to raise a couple issues with council. I'm going to use the acronym STR, short-term rentals. What we want to talk about today is STR, short-term rental fee and tax calculation. And I'm just going to lay the issue out there. Right now, we have a situation where we are picking up and assessing short-term rentals on what is called, or what I will be calling, the base nightly rent for those accommodation units. Other jurisdictions and the state of Colorado, just giving you the broad overview, and we're going to go into the detail of this, they are looking at tax assessment for STR purposes as including not only that base rental nightly calculation, but also things like cleaning fees, resort fees, parking fees. If you use an online service provider or you use a physical provider here locally, if they charge an additional service fee, the state is picking that up for taxation purposes. We currently are not. Let's just go through a little bit of the background on this so we're all on the same page. Generally speaking, there are some exceptions to this, but generally speaking, the full tax rate for STRs in the town of Telluride is 15.15%. You break that out into two different subcategories. One is the town's STR rate is 11%, and it's broken down into the following subcategories. 2% lodger's tax. You're familiar with that, just passed a couple years ago. 2.5% STR affordable housing excise tax passed about 3 years ago, not for commercially assessed units. So hotel units, traditional hotel units like the Victorian Inn, things like that, they don't pay on that 2.5%. The 2% lodging and restaurant excise guarantee, this was passed about 20 years ago. The airline guarantee is how it's referred to most frequently by people. And then the town has the base 4.5% sales tax rate. In addition to that, so that's the town, 11%. State, 4.15%. Again, broken down into state, county, and special district categories. Those are the following: 2.9% state, 1% San Miguel County has their own sales tax component. And then you may be familiar about 8 years ago when SMART did their quarter percentage point sales tax component. Of course, there's a ballot issue pending right now, so we're going to leave that separate, but this is what's in effect right now. Okay, so Telluride, another little bit of background information. We have been what's called self-collecting our sales tax for about the last 20 years. What that means is we have separated collection from the state of Colorado. So for that 11% that I mentioned before, those taxes are remitted to the town of Telluride, and then a taxpayer, STR taxpayer is what we're focusing on here. STR taxpayer files another return with the state of Colorado. Again, consistent with that 11%, the 4.15% breakdown. And it's also historically been our position when this issue has come up in the past, that cleaning fees, and that's the one we were focused on initially. Now we have service fees that are charged by some of these online providers. But when this first came up, we were looking really at cleaning fees. And our position was, and I'll explain some of the provisions in the code as to why it supports our position, that the cleaning fee, provided it was passed on, that's a tax term that's used, but provided it's a pass-through to that cleaning service or company, generally speaking, not a taxable charge. And the reason is, we're going to get into the code language here. So the sales tax provisions in the municipal code, they address 15 to 20 different triggers, I'll call them. Those triggers are what amount or what results in a sales tax component being due and liable. Here's the language: lodging services. And lodging services has a definition. And it doesn't include things like the cleaning fees, doesn't include the resort fees, doesn't include parking fees. It says it's the furnishing and the consideration that's received for the furnishing of the room or the accommodation. So again, what's absent or what's missing is the language about cleaning services, cleaning fees, booking fees, convenient fees, credit card fees, things like that. Also, I should mention that additional background information on this. When you have a cleaner come out to your house or they come out to your condominium in the town, that's a service. When that cleaning service takes place, there's no tax component on that discrete service. So combining that with the charge for the room, it's a non-taxable event on its own under both state law and our existing code provisions. That also did lend some support to our position going back about 8 years ago. But I will tell you, the state of Colorado takes in a different interpretation. Right now, the state of Colorado, and I have some of the language here cited, and I also gave you a more detailed excerpt in your memorandum on this. They've even published a brochure on this because it's a confusing area of the law. But in their opinion, the state of Colorado is picking up or assessing the tax component, not only on the nightly rent for the accommodation, but on all required or mandatory fees associated with the right to possess the room or the accommodation unit. And some of that language is here on the broadcast that I'm providing to you. And also I've provided in the memorandum. But I also want to indicate the state of Colorado has been very clear. We're a home rule municipality. State of Colorado collects for either entities that want them to collect the tax, or generally speaking for statutory municipalities. But the state's very clear. They know they cannot bind the town on home rule authority. Taxation is one of the areas that you have extensive home rule authority. And they recognize that their guidance, their position is just that. It's guidance and it's their position for state sales tax collection. It's not binding on the town of Telluride. I also, something's not working, Tiffany. Let's try it now. I also provided to you in the memorandum, we did a little research, and thanks to the clerk's office for their help on this. We did some research taking a look at some other jurisdictions. We tried to focus on resort jurisdictions in addition to the position of the state of Colorado. A number of other jurisdictions, and you'll see that matrix provided in the memorandum, a number of other jurisdictions are following the lead of the state of Colorado, and they are picking up the assessment of the sales tax based on all amounts for the rental. And I think the next area I want to go to is just the conclusion here, unless there's any questions that come up from some of this discussion. We do recognize, oh, let me go back. There's one other point I wanted to mention here. Boulder right now is involved in some pretty serious litigation on a distinct subcomponent of this question. And the litigation that's going on in Boulder right now is just as it relates to Airbnb and Airbnb charges alone. So when someone goes through and they do a booking through Airbnb, they pay the base nightly rental, they pay a cleaning fee, then Airbnb puts a charge on there. Usually it's somewhere between 8 and 12%, depends on the units, depends on the jurisdictions, depends on the status perhaps of the people that are involved, but there's a charge on there. Then Airbnb picks up that charge and they assess it onto the individual who's renting that unit. Well, in Boulder, when they were remitting their taxes, Airbnb was remitting their taxes for the last 7 to 8 years. They were not assessing the sales tax component on their fee addition to the nightly rent, the cleaning fees, the other charges that are applicable. It went into district court. The amount at issue just for Airbnb's charges and the taxation component alone of Airbnb is over $500,000 at issue right now. That includes some late fees. It includes some penalties. This has been litigated. There's a great district court opinion that has come out of this, but it's going to go up on appeal to the Colorado Court of Appeals. And I would suspect it's probably going to go all the way to the Colorado Supreme Court on this issue. My point on this is not a completely settled area of the law. Different jurisdictions have taken different positions. The state of Colorado has taken a position on this. The courts are getting involved and there is some uncertainty here. So I want you to be aware of kind of that level of uncertainty. In addition to the uncertainty, we think there could be some clarification here. From a policy point of view, we think this is town council's call. Staff doesn't feel strongly either way on what the position of the town should be on this. This is your policy call. But we do think that there could be some clarification that could be provided in the lodging services definition of the sales tax code. If you want to stay with the existing provisions or existing position that we are just picking up sales tax assessment on the base room rate that's charged, we think we could add some language into the code that makes that clear. Makes it clear that that's the only sales tax component that you're looking to pick up for assessment. In contrast, if you want to follow the lead of the state of Colorado and some of these other jurisdictions that are going a different way, some are involved in litigation on this issue. If you want to move in that direction, we would also then recommend that you be clear in your code language for lodging services that you're intending to pick up. And again, we've suggested some language, all fees or charges, whether they're picked up or received by the vendor or retained by a third-party platform. And then we've given some examples. And probably we would include more if you ended up going in this direction. So with that overview, hopefully I've given you some background on this issue. I can keep some of these code provisions up, or we can pull them down. And I know that town staff, we have representatives from both finance department and the clerk's office, and they're available too to help you on this issue.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much for that. I think it's pretty black and white on our choices. So the first question I'll ask of council, is everyone pretty clear on what we have to debate based on Kevin's presentation? All right, perfect. Does anyone want to start with questions? I mean, I can. It doesn't necessarily matter how we start. Just try to figure out if we think we're need to make some change.
Anybody not for number one?
I guess I have a question in regards to that. How are we, as the town, determining whether the cost is a pass-through or if there is an additional markup on those services? So for example, if a short-term rental company is paying a cleaning fee of, let's say, $100 and they're charging the client $125, how are we determining if that is occurring, or can we? Because I think that, because in my experience with what I do professionally, they generally are not pure pass-through revenue streams.
I don't know that I'm the best one to answer that question, so I'll defer to.
Well, can't we do an audit? I mean, I know we only do audits if we think that there's an issue, but many of these have the cleaning fees listed or charges listed, and renters are provided, or clients, or however we want to call the people that stay in the Airbnbs or the short-term rentals, are provided with an invoice that doesn't have a tax assessed on a cleaning fee. I think, or what you're getting at, that the cleaning fees are just like an arbitrary number?
No, I think what I'm getting at is that if you're hiring a third-party cleaning fee, for example, a cleaning company, and they're charging $100, generally there is also a management of those services components. So an additional 10%, 20%, $25, whatever it could potentially be, that is being assessed for the management of that as well, so that the third party is getting $100, but the host is collecting $125. And so how are we determining whether or not that's happening, and how are we taxing the additional
I
revenue?
would,
just think that,
I would also, oh, sorry.
no, you go ahead.
I would also on that note say that the management of the cleaning, like the management of the cleaning services, is in itself a service, which is not taxable.
Yeah. I mean, to me, if I think about another, if you go to a flower shop and you buy flowers and then you also pay for delivery, you get taxed on the flowers, but not on the delivery. And this feels like the same thing. We don't have a service tax in our region, so I don't think we should put that on this industry specifically. And when you look at the Airbnb fees, I guess, that's basically a service of marketing.
Is it, just so I can divide everything up in my mind too. The difference between like the service charged at a hotel or the taxes charged at a hotel, is that because the people that are cleaning the hotel are paid by the hotel. We don't separate the fee for cleaning at hotels out, correct?
I think it can depend, but generally speaking, I think that's correct. A hotel, you usually don't see a separate.
It's
cleaning
not
fee.
like.
Yeah, it would have to be a separate, they would have to book the hotel and then charge you a cleaning fee to be able to, it has to be separated, right?
Some hotels are not even getting a cleaning service anymore, right?
You just get
So,
it when you leave.
right.
And so, yeah, so I guess to me, it feels like it's all service, like the cleaning, and if it's separated out from the actual rental of the unit, it's feels like we don't tax on services, so why would we tax that?
I just feel it's gonna get, we already have such a complicated system and this feels, the first choice feels straightforward.
But the second choice is taxing everything. So I
Yeah.
think I'm just curious about the markup component because there is a markup on all of those things. Generally. that I've
definitely. I
seen.
think-
And so like,
Yeah.
are we then saying it, and I would almost say like, I would love to actually see like what those numbers are, if it's actually worth it to
Yeah.
do this, but we are leaving tax revenue that could go to other things on the table if we're not charging tax on that markup that people are charging.
Just feel like we already have a high tax.
Yeah,
I mean, that's valid.
and it might go up.
And so we're basically, if we went with number two, we'd be creating a new service tax.
I don't know that we'd be creating a new.
Just add the current
service
sales
tax.
tax onto the rest of the fees.
But it would be a tax that doesn't currently exist.
Yeah.
We'd be adding a tax basically on the lodging industry, which.
Yeah, and you would be saying that
I
you're,
s- Oh,
sorry to be interrupt.
no, I can see this both ways. I think zooming out and not thinking about the actual industry and kind of our relationship with them, I would love to align ourselves with the state and these other resort communities, including Mountain Village. To me, that feels really like clean and correct. But I hesitate to impose additional taxes on an industry that we have gone to a lot to ask for support of our community. And we do get pushback at times. And I hear that. And so I hesitate to put this burden on them. And also it has been a really complicated transition to the new short-term rental software. This feels like just throwing another whatever metaphor you want to use, but this feels like it would just add another complication to something that's already been a bit of a rocky transition.
Well, I almost wonder if that's, and again, I would like to see numbers. I think that's really what it comes down to, but I would almost think that if we were to clean this up and keep it clean and align with the state, if then we should look at what revenue this could produce and then remove other fees that we've put towards that industry. And then, essentially kind of like clean up our internal system so that those revenues are still going to, say, housing, but we're not necessarily having a specific STR housing tax.
Are you concerned that there's just like a lot of money flowing through that's embellished or something?
I mean,
Or that's moved from one category into an untaxable category?
I mean, it is the loophole, right? Like as someone who admittedly has a short-term rental license, like when you do the math of what your base rate is and you have the cleaning fee that isn't taxed, like if you wanted to, you could.
Drop your
But
base
you're
rate
not-
and
but
then
you're
charge a
not-
higher cleaning fee.
I mean, just to clarify, anybody who owns a short-term rental is not paying the tax. It's passed on
Mhm.
to the consumer.
Right. But like, if you wanted to keep more money in your pocket, you lower your base rate and raise your cleaning fee because the cleaning fee isn't taxed.
And I think it depends on what platforms you use, whether or not the taxes are included or a separate line item that,
The taxes should always be on top of whatever you're bringing in. So it doesn't matter where you put your charges. It just depends on how that is passed on to your consumer.
Well, yeah, so your consumer could pay the same amount and you keep more of it.
right? But like
Your
my,
consumer's total is the same, but if you move the money around into a cleaning fee, you get to pocket more of that because it's not being paid in taxes.
but my taxes are included. Like it's not a separate line item for my town and Telluride tax. That's included in my base rate. And so I pull that out.
But they're still paying it. You don't pay sales tax for,
Right. I mean, technically I do,
you remit it on their
Remit it.
behalf. Yes.
but it's all included. It's not like when you go, to New Orleans and it's just, here's your room rate, here's your tax, here's this fee, here's that fee. It's not, the consumer doesn't see it that way.
I mean,
That's just a bookkeeping style.
Right.
yeah, because like I just use Airbnb and it is like listed out as different line items.
But not the town taxes.
No.
It just says taxes.
And, my concern certainly is the appearance of hitting them up again. And if it's something that we decided as a council to do, I would, like to push it out a little bit further because it's going to take some diving into. Like, it's great that we have the examples of the other resorts and what their policies are, but we need to see percentages of what they're getting and the totals. And so you can compare apples to apples to see with the taxes we have put against our short-term rental licenses and what those total numbers are versus the other communities. The other communities may have less taxes and the extra fees, but then do the second option to get a higher number. And so it's, it may be a little bit of a larger issue to tackle. And if, and knowing that potentially with 3A, they might go up and another. And so you may hit them with this and then they may get hit in 3 weeks with something else for next year. And I'm a little sensitive to, to how we've hit that community to say, it feels like a lot. I'm not saying that down the road, I think down the road, it might be easier for choice 2, but we've got so many things I think to consider as part of the big package. It makes it tough for me to support changing it.
Well, I think that's my point is I don't want us just to say this is easiest. I want us to make an informed decision, which I don't feel, this is a work session, obviously, but I think looking at the numbers and truly evaluating the impacts on our STR community here in the town of Telluride is really important. And that's where I do feel looking at what it would look like if we were to look at aligning with the state and then dropping back some of the other regulations that we've already put into play, because then we are cleaning it up. We are kind of apples to apples with Mountain Village, which is our most competitive market. And, and we could be achieving the same goal overall and making it a streamlined process. And so I think that's what I would like to see is really like by the numbers, how this would truly could look, and then see what we could dial back that we've done in the past in order to accommodate the STR companies that are here.
So
Yeah.
sorry,
That's
I
right.
just want to summarize your proposed, you would like to see then, what if we changed what we taxed to include these services, what kind of increase would we see collected through that? And then in doing that, to have us aligned with the state standards, it's easy, align with them, we do what the state does, and then be able to dial back in other areas of other fees that we assess.
Kevin,
That's the proposal.
how easy is it to dial back other fees? Do we have that right to make that decision?
I don't understand. Can you elaborate on that? Because I'm not sure what you mean by dialing back other.
Sure, we put a STR housing mitigation fee into play when the moratorium expired.
Mhm.
Could we reduce that? Could we eliminate that?
If we're collecting more
If we're
sales
collecting sales tax this way and then just utilize this particular revenue stream for the same purposes.
Sure. I mean, the STR, the regulatory fee there's a calculation that takes it out at right now, 40% mitigation rate.
Mhm.
That certainly can be adjusted. I think you even built a provision in the ordinance that said you can adjust that via resolution alone, and not have to go back through the ordinance process.
Okay.
So yeah, certainly we could do something like that. I don't know that we have the data that I think you're asking for, which is what would be, because again, we're picking up the assessment on the base nightly rental amounts.
No, and I know that. And I think that's where this is a conversation with our short-term rental lodging partners in the town of Telluride to see what they feel comfortable with, if they feel comfortable having this broader conversation to see if this would make the most sense.
We could, just real quick, we could also reach out to some of these other jurisdictions and see when they made a change, what did they see as a revenue impact? But go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, because the state is, I know that you gave the presentation about like, we as a home rule municipality can do the taxes and all that. Do we run any risk of being at conflict with the state, where the state says you need to be doing this because we expect it on our end for the tax revenue?
No, so the state's picking up their own collection on that 4.15%, and they've defined it the way that they define it for their collection purposes. And even that circular that I had quoted here indicated they do not intend and they're not holding that they have an impact on home rule municipality authority for taxation collection or assessment.
As
So,
long as they get their cut of it, it's in our hands.
yeah, now if we were using the state to collect, and we did do that up until about 2006, when we went to home collection or self-collection, excuse me, then we would have an issue with the state if we said, we want you to collect this certain way, and they would say, no, that's not how we define the service that's subject to collection. But no, we don't have that conflict.
Jania?
I feel like we've talked about short-term rentals for the better part of the past 4 years, and I want to keep it simple and not talk about it. Sounds like we might be alone in this, but I feel like we've been debating, changing, adjusting, arguing with the community about this, and we hit a moment with new policies. It's been not even a year, and I don't want to just open that Pandora's box again right now.
And I agree with that actually, and maybe for a little bit more of a different reason, for A, trying to get more information what other communities do in dollars and cents, but B, being sensitive to Geneva's point with the community, but also for this issue and the time it may take and reopening some wounds that it may do. Is that really the best use of council's time right now? I personally don't think it is, and happy with number one. And if we want to readdress this down the road, especially knowing there may be some increases coming there, short-term rental people's way, I'm for that. But if to me it's, and Mian's point is very well taken, because what she suggested actually cleans it up and will make it easier in the long run. But do we really want to spend the time on that right now when the net revenue is going to be similar? There's not really, if I'm understanding her proposal correctly, the net revenue is going to be similar, because you're going to get money in from going to option 2 to then reduce a tax or a fee on the other side that compensates it. So let's not spend the time on it.
I mean, I think we have members, I mean, and I understand your point, Geneva. I mean, I've been in these conversations as well, but I think we also have members of our community, businesses in our community, that feel like they have been penalized beyond others. And so again, maybe this is an exercise in futility, but I personally would like to see the exercise done so that we can make sure that what we are doing is kind of in the best interest long-term. And ultimately, at the end of it all, if they don't want us to be assessing, if we speak to the broader short-term rental community and they don't want us to do this, then so be it. I just think that this is a cleaner process, a more neutral process of collecting.
Who of them would want us to do this?
I mean, I think
If they had, I'll throw it out there. If there were short-term rental managers or owners that didn't want to pay a fee and would rather pass the tax on to their consumer, that could be a potential. I don't think that there's a strong argument for that. I think that they're going to say it's going to just continue to be high taxes and it just makes us more unaffordable. I don't think a lot of people would jump on board with that, but that could be a potential.
The only insight I'll give from an administrative perspective is that a lot of the softwares that these larger companies are using already have it in line with the state regulations. So it is a change in the software for them to remit the taxes differently, as well as if it's different in Mountain Village and they remit the taxes similar as the state. Again, it's more of a administrative software potential ease for them. But again, I don't know the pros and cons of that way.
But
Is there any way that in our software with collecting our fees, we could ask our short-term renters to tell us how much they're collecting in cleaning fees and stuff like that? Because it sounds like right now, we don't know how much we would potentially gain by taxing these services.
Well, sure, we
Is
could,
that
like,
true?
we collect taxes, we could audit them and say, show us all your invoices that back up the taxes you submit. We could do that to anybody who's remitting
I'm just saying
taxes,
like a
right?
self-reporting.
That's like part of bookkeeping and backing up the taxes you're filing.
But if
I
our
see what
goal,
Ashley's saying though, like self-reporting versus like asking someone to like put together
Oh, sure.
the
Like having a
backlog.
place when they
Yeah.
input it to put please put in the other fees that you charge. I mean.
I don't know.
I'm just a little sensitive to how we've
I
hit
feel
the
like
STR
that's
community.
just like more work for them.
We're gonna
ultimately.
get
I think, like,
crushed.
That, again, like,
Way we would know what those numbers
I was just throwing it out there. It's not anything I'm married to.
well, I mean, maybe the conversation is just reaching out to some of the larger companies that are in the region and seeing what their thought process is on this. And maybe they can give us some insight that's not necessarily us going through and doing a full audit. Like, I do not want us auditing our
No.
partners at all. I think that would be horrible for them, for us, for everybody. So I just think that aligning with the state makes the most sense. Aligning with our comp set makes the most sense. And if we can do that in a way that does not financially impede, their success, then that's what we should be doing.
We have Ashley with her hand up, so I'd like to have Ashley chime in.
Good morning, council and mayor. So as far as getting that information, realistically, it would be best to keep it out of the software, just as we're in the midst of renewals. The programmers have a lot on their plates at the moment. However, I think that we may be able to work with the communications manager and put out a survey to all of our STR folks, just to take their temperature on, would you be in favor? Would you not be in favor? What are your fees? Just, a few different questions to just kind of take the temperature of that community to see what their feedback would be.
That's a good point. I kind of know what the answer is going to be from everybody.
Yeah.
They're going to say no.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they've been hit so hard lately and I'm almost as equally worried about the perception of doing it right now. In addition to, the time, the change, another change. Great. We have another change in how we're going to report stuff after we just went through this for a year and a half. Great. Thanks, guys.
I think the timing of this conversation is terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the timing is terrible as well, but I will also point out that this was brought up by short-term rental management companies that said the town of Telluride is not charging tax the way state of Colorado is. So like this actually came from those individuals, those companies. So I don't think that this is
Like-
going to be a huge shocker.
Like VRBO or like local companies?
Like local companies said,
Okay,
you need to be aware that you're charging taxes
differently.
differently.
Because a lot of them are probably they're remitting tax for Mountain Village and for Telluride.
And some were
they-
collecting it because that's what the state wanted, and then we weren't asking for it. And so it has actually caused a challenge. And I agree, like perception is perception, but I think if we can walk this slowly and have this be something that's not antagonistic, it could maybe benefit the relationship overall. And I think it's worth the effort to see if it would. But I mean, I could also be in the minority. Might be the one
I
person.
could
think
be
that.
swayed either way. Yeah, because I do like the idea of it being consistent with the state and consistent with similar, like the comps, like the resort areas that we always compare ourselves to, including our neighbor. I think for me, I wouldn't want to impose this and not have a little bit of a give somewhere. Like I think it shouldn't be just a take, it should be a give and take. So, because I do want to be careful about like over, putting too much strain on our lodging community. So for me, I could get on board with this revision, but there would have to be some kind of give to that industry as well. Like, I don't think we can just say, hey, you have to pay more taxes and
Agree. And
nothing
that
else
is
changes.
that is 100% my point. Like,
yeah,
this
especially not
this
knowing
is
the
not us
outcome of
just taking our
3A.
revenue. This is an
Yeah.
adjustment in the way we do this, the way we collect the same revenue.
If the adjustment results in the same revenue.
Mhm.
Is this worth
Yeah.
our time to discuss, right? You know,
Especially if
in the near
administrative.
term.
Oh,
Excuse me. And, you know, is it worth us discussing in the near term? Or should this be a 2025 or 2026 discussion and just kind of let it go? And that'll give us it'll give us more time and also respecting the staff that's been put through the ringer for the last 18 months on it as well, I think. You know, if they can convince me that they don't care, fine. But I think it's just for little gain, just to clean something up, we've got bigger problems.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree. It doesn't feel pressing. It feels like this is something that we could, you know, move slowly with. It doesn't sound like it's anything we need to do right now. So, I mean, my feeling is that I agree with me and I like the idea of being similarly aligned, but I don't think that it is an additional take. I think that it has to be us give in some other way. And I think that because of that, because hopefully it'll be net zero-ish for us or, you know, it'd be nice if we made a little bit more money, but as long as it's not an additional burden financially on on that industry, I think that, you know, taking time to talk with the people in the industry, understand where they're coming from, and then if it makes sense, do it, but I don't feel like it's pressing.
And also probably a recommendation of what taxes get lowered. You know, it looks like there's 4 different ones: the base, the lodging excise for airline guarantee, the affordable housing, and
I
the town
don't think
lodgers.
it's those taxes.
I think,
It'll be
I
the
think it's
fees.
the fees, the regulatory. fees.
Regulatory fees.
Yeah, which, you know, we did get a lot of, we got a lot of feedback about those. Thank you. And so I think that's where like you know, having it be a give and a take feels really important. Like if, you know, if we can ease up some of the burden of those, which, you know, the feedback told us that those were a big burden. So yeah, for me, it's one or the other, and I could go either way. And I think it also is okay if we intentionally kick this down the road a little bit so that it's not when license renewals are happening, because that also seems like terrible timing. So,
I think actually.
and I also think like, I think we need to see what happens with 3A. Like, I just feel like this conversation is coming at kind of,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd like to see some of the impacts of the increased fees over the last few years. And as we reflect back on them, are we doing that in the best way possible? You know, don't want to open up that can of worms with this issue, because I personally think that there's a better way to do fees. But I don't want to touch that for years until we really get more analysis data on so many different things, to put into the entire package, whether it's what other resorts are doing, how we might reduce the fees, how we may change them. And let's not just add more things to the mix now. I think it would be a better discussion, maybe a whole reevaluation of what we've done in the past down the road to say, okay, this is what we've done. Are we happy with it or not happy with it? In addition to this issue, what else do we need to change after we've gotten more feedback, and maybe tackle a bigger issue to clean it up?
We do have Doug Sanders with his hand raised whenever you're ready.
Ashley's hands raised also.
We'll start with Ashley first. Her hand's up.
And just to assure council, as Attorney Geiger mentioned earlier, staff doesn't have a strong stance on this one way or another. It was the intention to just get some clarification so that I make sure that I'm educating our STR community properly, to say, you know, we discussed this at the council level and this is our position on the matter. So whatever you decide is great. If we want to kick this down the road, that's fine. We just want to make sure that we are properly educating everyone and that everyone is on the same playing field. So if nobody's remitting taxes for services, that's great. We just don't want a mismatch of some people are, some people aren't. And we haven't taken a strong position on this in the past. And going forward, I just want to make sure that everything is clear as can be.
Great. Thank you. And Tiffany, do we still have?
Doug, I'm muting you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, thanks guys for your time. Just to say, you know, I kind of represent the small time STR owner, only owning one STR, not a big management company. I particularly use the cleaning fee to pay my cleaners really well. She makes between $60 and $70 an hour, depending on what her laundering fee that she has to pay is. So I'm passing all of the money over to labor. And if you were to change this, I would probably have to consider, reducing her pay, or maybe possibly taking my own cleans, doing it myself. And I think that would open another can of worms, because then why can't I pay myself whatever I want to do the clean? Because then I can do some deeper cleaning, some things that have been put off for a long time, some better maintenance. So, I think that it's a bad idea, of course. But also, when you do go into these discussions, please reach out to us small time people. I think you might get a better pulse of what's going on. Thank you.
Doug, thank you for that comment. Tiffany, is there any other public comment? I'm not sure we came through with any clear direction, other than maybe we can take our time on this one.
It would probably be good to give direction, or correct me if I'm wrong, but to direct Ashley and the rest of staff that at this time, we are only collecting tax on the base rate, and that is the clear position of council, but we will be looking into this topic in the future.
Let's straw poll it to
There's
make
some
sure
kind
we're
of
accurate.
Clarification that was required.
Yeah, let's take a straw poll to make sure we're accurate in that. I don't want to say that and speak for everybody without knowing for sure. And it's basically, is anyone for looking at a policy change to tax everything? And it's either yes or no. I mean, I'll start and say no, leave it the same.
I mean, I'm no, but
It's not permanent, right? We can discuss it later.
I'm just saying that part of the other ask from staff was clarification of the best way to communicate to the public about what our rules are.
So what I would say maybe is that we are going to keep the policy the same for now. I'd like to see a roundtable set up with our short-term rental businesses, and potentially a survey that's sent out, in regard after that roundtable, to kind of get further clarification and to continue this conversation for 2026.
Yeah, I agree with that.
2026.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
2024.
Dan, before we-
2026, no, for so that we can take our time and do this right.
Totally.
And
And analyze the new data.
This is something that we would put into effect in 2026.
Got it. The
not for this
conversation.
next year.
Okay, I'm a thumbs up to what was just proposed.
I'm a
And-
thumbs up.
And Dan, we haven't heard from you on the issue. Do you have anything to comment? Do you like me in suggestion?
I can live with it. It's not the hill I need to die on. Yeah, it's all fine.
Okay. And everyone kind of agrees with that. We'll try to get some more information on a variety of issues and starting with roundtables and surveys, and then eventually figuring out hard numbers from other communities and their tax percentages, and looking at the big picture, and not, we don't necessarily have to, prioritize that as an immediate need, and then direct staff to keep it the same.
That's good.
Does that work?
Yep.
It's clear.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for that. I thought that was pretty healthy discussion. Brings us to item number 2, administrative reports, and we will start with Zoe.
Great. Okay, so in today's manager's report, and I think Lindsay will send you something that we'll start having on the website for the public, to also refer back to a little bit more of a comprehensive manager's report. For communications, wayfinding. So the town launched its wayfinding, placemaking, and signage project with Guide Studio, who visited just last week, and they took some time exploring our current wayfinding and signage, and met with the internal steering committee to kick off the program overhaul. And we're really excited, and the first round of proposal is expected to be sent along to the team before the holidays. And they definitely see a good amount of work ahead of us. So we're excited to tackle that. For sustainability, we want to highlight that there is a compost incentive program. So the town of Telluride has launched a compost incentive program, which offers rebates for composting services and infrastructure to HOAs and businesses that have recently signed up for composting with the town's resource recovery contractor, Bruin Waste. And you can learn more at bit.ly/Bruin Compost. And also, I don't know if you remember, we did an EV ride and drive just earlier this month, partnering with the town of Mountain Village, and it went really well. A lot of different EV vehicles were available for people to test and look at. And they said there was probably about 30 to 40 attendees that had many in-depth conversations. So thank you to the sustainability team for doing that. Darren also attended Mountain Towns 2030 along with myself, which was a climate solutions summit in Jackson, Wyoming, where we connected with local governments on our climate goals. Great sessions such as innovative financing, waste diversion, sustainable airport practices, geothermal projects, tourism decarbonization, and incorporating Indigenous knowledge into climate action were some of the great gains for staff on that. Some grant awards that we want to highlight. A huge shout out to our transit team, who continues to do a great job with all of their grant funding. US CDOT Safe Streets and Roads, all the funding will support the Regional Transportation Safety Action Plan with the town of Mountain Village, which will focus on safer multimodal transportation, but most importantly, unlocking future grant opportunities. Charge Ahead Colorado grant funds were contracted to support public EV charging infrastructure. So we'll start looking at additional EV chargers throughout the community. And the town of Telluride received the CDOT Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Funds, combined with the Clean Fleet and Vehicle Technology Funds from CDPHE to purchase an all-electric street sweeper, which will be nice and quiet. We did get a chance to model it, I think, last year. And yeah, they're pretty sleek. From the housing development team within the manager's office, they're of course advancing several housing projects. So the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project recently completed its certificate of occupancy, and the initial residents and commercial tenants are moving in. Shandoka Building F Phase 1 is undergoing final inspections with move-ins expected by early November. The Canyonlands Tower House Partnership is in the final development agreement reviews and aims for a November decision. And then the Virginia Placer Phase 2 and Shandoka Building F Phase 2 are in the design and financing stages, and November decisions are also being targeted. And then, of course, preliminary planning for Lot L and Carhenge redevelopment are progressing with cost and schedule coordination underway. But most importantly, we're looking at a new architect to be selected, and we're getting very close to finalizing that contract to move that project forward and re-engage with the community with that project, all to support our housing and transit goals. For me, just quickly, I went to the Colorado Association of Ski Towns with Mayor Pro Tem Fee, and we were able to learn a lot about early childhood education was a topic. Telluride definitely, I think, after hearing everyone's conversations, we do stand out, everything that we're working on, but definitely hearing from others, gaining some other additional insights. Direct funding sources are key to that, and how a lot of them tied a lot of their affordable housing funding also goes to early childcare. So has that potential of flexibility, I think, was our greatest takeaway from that. Regional transportation, a lot of municipalities are now working toward dedicated funding for multi-jurisdictional regional transportation and those lessons and successes. And learning a lot from Whistler on Indigenous rights incentives and initiatives, and a lot of work that they're doing to with the Indigenous community, and giving back land and working with that community to really highlight their culture within their community. From our IT department, I think a lot of you would like to hear that a signal booster was installed in the Silverjack parking lot. This is going to improve the cell phone reception for the pay to park users. We are also replacing and upgrading a lot of our security cameras near all of our town assets for better functionality and resolution. It's becoming more and more important for us to have those security measures in place throughout the community within our assets. From the clerk's department, business license renewals. So non-STR business license renewals will be starting November 1st. And that's for the town of Telluride's 2025 non-STR business licenses, and that's available through Muni Revs. And then the STR business license renewals are also starting November 1st, and that will be available online through Rentalscapes, and that information has been pushed out to that community. For community services, just wanted to note from our facilities maintenance team, we are going to see some restroom closures over the off season due to increased vandalism. So the restrooms at Carhinge and Elks Park are going to be currently closed, but the facilities at Clark's and Silverjack will remain open. And of course, there's additional public restrooms not managed by the facilities team, which include the Gondola, Winter Crown, Town Park, and the library. Again, another note of why these security cameras are going to become more important. And we ask our community to respect our town assets and the public that has an opportunity to use them. For rental housing, we are excited to launch a resident survey. So we do have several surveys anticipated to launch to ensure feedback is an integrated part of the rental housing operations. But the one that we'll be launching soon is a post-meeting survey to gain insights into the successes of resident interactions and have real-time opportunities to improve and adapt these interactions. And this is anticipated to launch early next month. Parks and Rec. So we have some great events. Obviously, the Halloween parade. Hope to see everyone there at 1:30 on the 31st. So there's street closures will be Colorado Avenue from Aspen to Willow, North Aspen from Colorado to Columbia, and there will be no through traffic on Main Street, although parking is allowed. Vehicles will not be able to exit during the parade. So a shout out there. Some projects that will be happening this fall season: River Trail improvements, the trail between Aspen Street and the Gondola Bridge, pavilion sidewalk and curb and gutter, and the backstage site work. And of course, the Town Park Warming Hut and Wash Stand project, the construction is anticipated to start this week. So it's pretty exciting. Also, they did get a new electric Zamboni. So we now have 2 electric Zambonis, and that was just delivered. For Public Works, Mahoney Bridge repair. There are some great pictures in the report. I don't know if you were given that yet, but have a look at those pictures. Public Works is currently working on several temporary repairs on the Mahoney Bridge. And that is work going along, and we're at the next step is to install some more rebar reinforcement and soil nails and mesh, and to really reestablish those 2 culvert pipes and the end pipe with the wing walls. And they will attempt to inject high pressure grout to fill in as many voids as possible. So thank you to the team for the quick work on the Mahoney Bridge repair. And then the CASTA conference was up in the town of Mountain Village this last, earlier this month that Joe Dillsworth attended. And he heard a lot from other organizations and key instruction that will help with future funding. And he learned a little bit more about hydrogen fuel cells for vehicles and future transit technologies. So it's really exciting to see really what the future holds for environmental and efficient transportation. For water and wastewater, Tomboy Street Sewer Realignment Project, which I know we're all aware of. This is the relocation project along South Tomboy Street. It's underway, and Public Works is working with our contractors to relocate that existing main sewer line. And the project is estimated to be completed by December. There's been a couple emergency sewer pipe collapses that Public Works is working with ground pounders on repairing an emergency sewer main pipe that collapsed near North Pine Street. There's a lot of buried utilities, so this one's been kind of challenging, but they're doing a great job navigating that. Public Works and KK Concrete are wrapping up the new accessibility ramp at Aspen and Pacific. And we're also doing some work for the sewer main lining project. So over 2 miles of pipe will be lined using trenchless technologies to eliminate inflow and infiltration and bids are currently out, and that should be progressing here in the spring. And this wastewater treatment plant staff is working to remove grit buildup in the oxidation dishes, as well as working on replacement for all the damages for the rotor drums. So they're doing a lot of work at our current plant while also working with Corolo Engineering to design a redundant screw press at the regional wastewater treatment plant. There's a lot of lead time for that equipment, so the bids are going out this next week, and that is one of those pieces of equipment that can be utilized for this current plant and any into the future. And with that, that's some updates from our departments. Any questions?
Thorough.
Always.
Yeah.
Packet, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you to Lindsay for putting that together. It's been an effort for, I think, every manager's report, and it's beautiful. So thank you.
Any questions for Zoe? Great. Zoe, thank you so much. We will go to 2B, Attorney's Report. Kevin, do you have anything for us?
Just a couple things I'll briefly mention. I've informed council on this, but last Friday, we did file a motion to dismiss on the Gold Run litigation that's been pending. And to follow up on Zoe's comment about Voodoo on Friday, we executed the new commercial lease on that commercial space down at Voodoo. So the tenants will be moving in fairly quickly, we believe, and doing the work that they need to do to get their space the way they want it.
Great.
That's a 6-year term on that lease with a renewal option for 5 years.
Perfect.
You're very familiar with that, but just thought I'd mention it with we took the formal step.
That's great to hear. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, perfect. We will go to 2C, Council Reports. We'll start with Elena, as usual.
Yeah, I had a couple HARC meetings and I'm gonna try and be more concise. So the new guidelines are off to the printer, so that's a big accomplishment. There was a work session on an interesting house up on the hillside, like off Tomboy Road. And the architect had kind of proposed a house on stilts, and the board was concerned that that was too different from the way most of our houses are built. Like that doesn't really fit into the aesthetic of a lot of our houses, but there's not a specific design guideline that really addresses that kind of construction. It's interesting because it's on a really steep slope. I just thought that was an interesting one and one to watch, but I won't get too in the weeds on that. The historic house that I talked about a couple weeks ago, that they were proposing moving, they are moving it less. It's only going to be 6 inches in the new proposal, and that was approved. We had a couple more houses that didn't have too much worth mentioning. There was a new development proposed on North Aspen by kind of the Weeby trailhead that had a lot of feedback from neighbors, and that'll just be an interesting one to watch. It was the first time that we saw it, and it went back with a lot of conditions to kind of revisit, but it created some challenges. There were some historical easements, or not easements, view rights of way. And so that was just kind of a complicated build that I think it'll be interesting to follow, but I'm going to not get into the details. And then we had a joint HARC P&Z meeting where we talked about small cell wireless design guidelines, which we had that presentation months back from the company that does these like wire or these cell like 5G transmitters that are designed to fit into historic towns. I don't know if you guys remember that, but so the different poles. So it was basically similar to what they talked about to us, but it went to HARC and P&Z. And yeah, and so that's moving forward. We will kind of incorporate whatever we decide should be the design guidelines with those into our overall design guidelines. And they will be a little bit more strict in the historic district than outside of that. So that is my, I think that's my only update.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Elena. We will go to Jesse Ray.
Mine's super brief. We just had a quick vending meeting for one vendor, Mr. Churro, for this winter, and you were approved on a couple conditions, and we set a date for a special vending committee meeting to look at, I believe it's the AHA, the space in front of AHA for winter.
It was, no, the other gondola location, right? You
The
have-
two gondola locations are full.
full,
It would be
oh.
another space that's vacant, which would be Colorado Avenue or the AHA.
Or the
location.
AHA, yeah. So, and that's all I have.
Perfect.
I have not, I've got nothing. Out of town And, we met while I was out of town, so.
Me and anything to add?
I have so many, you guys. I'm so sorry.
That's right. We got some
Um,
time is what we have. This-
We should
this-
coordinate gondola smart.
I know. Do you want to just take smart and then? And I sometimes I
didn't
feel like
go
I'm
to
just,
Smart, did
oh,
I?
okay, no, you didn't. So then I'm just gonna keep talking. for the
Okay,
next
just go ahead.
5 minutes.
Next
All
meeting,
right.
we'll coordinate.
Okay, so Kathy had a meeting last week specific to that meeting that I thought was important just to bring to light is that there have been some concerns about the Uncompahgre Medical Center and their treatment of our community at large in regards to access to healthcare and language translation. A letter has been sent from Kathy. Jason Corzine at the foundation has gotten involved to help facilitate these conversations. However, there has not been significant response at this point. So we are hoping to see the board elevate this concern a little bit more in the next month or so. And then if not, then I'll bring that back to our attention. And I think perhaps want the town to maybe weigh in a little bit more as well as a partner for the group. There is a West End sustainability plan being put forth. They are right now in the process of surveying out in the West End, creating more of a sustainability plan, not necessarily like a comp plan in particular, but more one that's like community oriented. And that process is moving forward. There are surveys both in Spanish and English. They are surveying, I believe they are going to be surveying on SMART as well on the bus service coming in from Norwood, but really trying to sort of shore up the process out there and creating an ability for them to be able to define their community and what they would like it to look like in the future. We had gondola, both subcommittee and leadership. Leadership was yesterday. I do have a recording of that if anybody would like to see it. But at leadership, we just went back through the project background history and then went into the project development plan itself. So we were focusing specific on the station and terminal planning. There will be with this CIG grant that the group is looking to go into the sort of the funding process with. There's sort of two phases of it, and it's like it's called phase A and phase B. Phase A are the sort of common elements. So if you think like the structure that is like a weatherproof structure, the lighting for that, signage, those sorts of elements, and then B is going to be things that we would want from like a location to location perspective. So if the town of Telluride would like something at Oak Street that wouldn't necessarily fit up in Mountain Village at any of their stations, those are things that would potentially be moved onto a separate budget line item for the town of Telluride to consider versus the overarching project itself. There was a brief look at all of those stations. We're going to look at that continuously more and more as we go through the station planning process. There will be, I'm just trying to make sure I give the right timing of it all. The document that was sent out to everybody that's on leadership was really informative, but for the public, just to hear, the workshop sort of timeline is that we're going to go through this concurrent process in November, in December, into January, at which point we're going to be doing some workshops specific to each jurisdiction. So the town of Mountain Village, the town of Telluride, to discuss the actual terminals and stations themselves. Those meetings will be occurring in January 2025. And then we'll do another joint session with the town of Telluride and town Mountain Village, just to make sure that we're all on the same page in January as well. And then by summer of 2025, we will have that preliminary station area plan for the public to view. And so between January and obviously June, we'll be kind of finalizing that process. The meetings are all public. Please feel free to join in if you have any interest or desire to discuss those concepts further. SMART, let's see, I'm gonna go, okay. We also had a Colorado Flight Alliance meeting as well, in which we discussed really the marketing efforts that we've seen in the past, as well as the future flights that we're going to have coming in this winter. We do, just as a quick call out, have a new flight from Breeze Airlines that's going into the Orange County that we're really excited about to kind of target that market for the destination and bring those visitors in by rerouting away from LAX, which has been a little bit of a challenge through their construction as well. And then at SMART, we went through, sorry, it was a little while ago. We went through the survey specific to ground transportation needs and desires from the community at large. So we had a really significant study that was done and finished up about a month and a half ago. And now we've built out budgets, both if 3A passes and if it does not, to look at what ground transportation services we can continue to add to Lawson, to Rico, and Down Valley, based on whether or not there will be that additional $1 million of funding for the program. We've also looked at different locations and different routes, as well as far as moving locations for ease of flexibility and commuting time for people, whether it's on Main Street or whether it should be down at the gondola. David did have a meeting down in Montrose as well with their council and their staff to start talking about further growth of our workforce transportation from that community in Ridgeway as well. Did I miss anything? Okay, I think that's it.
That wasn't so bad.
It wasn't bad? Okay, I was like really trying to bullet point that. Sorry.
No, it was good. Ashley?
Mine will be super brief because I was on vacation and did not attend some of these meetings. And actually, we had a museum meeting scheduled at the same time as our budget meeting. So I missed that meeting, unfortunately. But the only update really I have is I just wanted to give, Zoe already talked about the warming hut. So the Parks and Rec, they've gotten the contract signed for that. Construction is going to start very soon, and then hopefully completion on that is scheduled for June 2025, early 2025. So that's really excited to have that for next summer. And that's really all the update that I have.
Great. Dan, do you have anything to add? Is Tiffany's still on?
I'm here. Just a spotty cell service. I don't have anything to add for an update. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dan. I really don't have much to add. I know that for the airport, Darren Graber has found another provider of sustainable fuels that I've passed on to Kenny, the airport manager. And that is just about all that I have. And then within council reports 2C1, we have a draft town council meeting calendar, if everyone has seen that.
Yeah, so I drafted the calendar for 2025. We try to have meetings every 3 weeks and avoid a meeting directly after a holiday. And then due to our regular municipal election in November, that regular date always has to be the very last day in November because the results aren't typically certified until that week. I don't know why September and October are bright red, but I'll fix that. That's just regular meetings, nothing special about the bright red. Yeah, that's just before you for consideration. And it would just be approved with a simple motion and vote. If you want any amendments, just agree to it and then they'll be made. And that's it.
Does anybody have any concerns with the dates? I know it's hard to pre-plan that far out in advance.
Yeah, right now it looks fine.
Yeah, I mean,
Zoe, did you look at CAST's schedule?
I
compared-
didn't.
I don't either.
They're not, I don't think we have them for next, well, actually we do.
Margaret just sent them out.
Yeah.
I'll check that.
And that's one thing I couldn't find was the cast schedule.
She just sent it out via. So I'm gonna look at this.
It's honestly. Don't, I mean, I feel like the July one might be a little crazy just because it's 4th of July week, but. And that's got 4 weeks in between,
Another
but it
week
was
before-
probably so that wouldn't be right after the 4th of July holiday. Is that the idea?
Well, typically it'd be the week before, but that's the CML conference, so
Got
that's
it.
why I bumped it one more week.
I think the August 21st, the budget meeting, there is a cast meeting and then there's no October dates, so we can't do anything about that, but.
Yep.
So I don't know if we want to try and move that
Yeah,
budget
I think we
meeting.
can look at the budget meeting.
I think we
In
should go.
fact, I mean, something to consider, and I haven't talked to Kaylee with, but I thought we were very efficient in our budget meetings this year, and maybe we can condense the amount of budget meetings we have in the next calendar year. Something for us to discuss.
I think that would be great.
That would be great.
I think it would be
'Cause are
awesome,
we-
But but I also am sensitive to the amount of time that staff had to prepare for each one because they were spread out, and maybe that was part of what was helpful, but you have a handle on that way
I
better.
have
than
a
I do.
question about that.
Yep.
So because the election is on the 4th,
Mhm.
we have a pretty long gap between the, because the 25th of November is when we would ratify it, right?
Mm,
Is
yeah.
when we would vote. Do you want to put a 4th budget meeting, take one out in August and move it to the end of October?
So
Sorry.
typically the budget on election year, we're adopting it before the election.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Not a new.
Cause you don't want.
So it's not.
You
it's
don't
gonna
want a
get-
new council.
It's going to get adopted on the 21st
21st.
then.
20
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. That was my potential.
Just thought I'd
help.
jump to where I thought you were going.
That's where I was going, so.
So anyway, if you want to, we can relook at the budget meetings and make sure the 21st isn't on the cast. And I can get with
Right.
Kaylee.
Make sure it works for staff too. Yeah.
But besides that, the rest of the dates look good for everyone.
Do we want to just get rid of the 21st and then schedule a special one if needed? Because the next one is already September 4th, which is 2 weeks later.
I mean, I think we'll definitely need one in August for sure, but. Or no? Do you think we could just like squeeze it all together? Okay.
I think we can schedule a
That's
special one if
exciting.
we need to. It gives more staff time to prepare,
Mm-hmm.
and have more,
Because we could potentially have just
add
like
some things.
one longer
Okay,
meeting.
right, yep.
I mean, I can make a motion then.
Yeah.
So then I move to approve the 2025 draft town council meeting schedule as presented with the exception of the removal of the August 21st budget meeting.
Second,
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Maybe yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Tiffany, thanks for putting that together. Do we have any 2D related organization reports today? We do not, and then that gets us to 2E, comments on payments. We want those comments by email. That brings us to our noon lunch break, 12 minutes early. And so it's probably with just 12 minutes, it's not worth trying to squeeze anything else in. If we want to have some fun and save 1 minute, I would go to item number 6, consent calendar. If everyone's okay with that.
Move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second?
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. And I believe that is the only thing we can move up. So we will break for lunch. Following our wonderful lunch break, I would like to recall the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting of Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. It is 1:01 PM. And moving on the agenda items, item number 3. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on non-agenda items? We do have somebody here. Please step up to a microphone. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. Overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. And if you could state your name and where you live, that'd be helpful.
My name's Cappy White and I live in Durango.
Great.
Is the clock started yet?
Yep.
I have to warn you first, last time I used one of these was at my daughter's wedding. And I said my little piece and I asked the crowd of 100 people if I could get a hallelujah. They gave me that. And right when they did it, a big lightning strike hit a cottonwood tree this big around.
Oh.
Fell right on it. So anyway.
We'll be careful what we discuss.
I've got a list of questions here concerning my daughter, who is a counselor at the schools, and her husband, who's a teacher at the schools, Seal White and Tanner Small. They've got a lot under contract at Lawson Hill, and I've had a real hard time negotiating through the different agencies to get answers on these questions. So they aren't rhetorical questions. So as I ask them, if anybody knows more about it, that's what I'm here to do, try and gather information as I do my due diligence.
We don't
Because-
generally go back and forth with public comment, just so you're aware, but if you have questions, we can certainly get you the answers afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there was a waiver of tap fees in town for deed restricted units. And I'm wondering why that doesn't extend to Lawson. When there is a multi-unit housing development that's deed restricted that goes in town, who gets that waiver? Is it the developer? Or does it pass down to the eventual tenants? That's kind of confusing to me. So if they build a 15-unit building with deed restricted and they're all sold, when are the tap fee waivers addressed and who receives those?
You could speak into the microphone, please.
Oh. And if the tap fees are based on square footage, why do I already know how much the tap fees are on this lot that is under contract? And I'm speaking on their behalf because they're both teachers and I'm also, if it goes through, I'll be their general contractor. I heard, and this is just hearsay, but I heard that the existence of moratoriums on tap fees for deed restricted units outside town, when the fund of paid tap fees is overflowing with cash, that they sometimes put a moratorium on those tap fees to encourage more building for the workforce in town. And I looked that up right now. The amount in that fund is $6,250,000 as of the end of August. And then I shift to transfer taxes on deed restricted units. Again, in town, I read in the land use code, I think, that they're waived, but in Lawson, they're not. And this is a lot that has a 612-foot maximum footprint. It's a very small lot. And the suggested tap fees at this point are around $33,000. And then you add in the transfer tax, so they're pretty close to $40,000 just to initiate things.
And I know you can't see the clock, but you have about a minute left, just so you know.
Okay. So my point and what I'm trying to get at is, well, besides the answers to those questions are all these things seem to undermine the original intent of the deed restricted program to give working people a chance to put roots down here and enjoy it as much as anyone else. But it just seems pretty hard to me. And I bet I'm not alone. I bet there are a lot of people in town who feel the same way, that if they didn't have those upfront costs, it might be more doable. But those are some pretty serious obstacles in the way of pursuing a deed restricted unit. And it seems a little unfair to me that they'll waive these fees in town and require them in Lawson Hill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. White. And I know we've had some conversations and you have with staff, and we will definitely re-answer some of those questions and provide more clarity. But if there's any other comments or anything from council.
I think the San Miguel County Building Department would be a really great resource for you.
The building department?
It's in San Miguel.
San Miguel County.
Which is
Yeah,
where
I
Lawson
talked to
Hill
them,
is.
And
Okay.
they sent me to the town and vice versa. It's been very difficult to negotiate this. whole
And so
thing.
we can provide answers to those, as far as a negotiation standpoint. As we discussed, there isn't any, thing in our land use code that allows for any of that negotiation piece for a tap-free waiver, as there's no public benefit. But we'll make sure to get back with you with any more details that you need regarding the matter from the town perspective.
That was
So
the
thank you.
last point I wanted to make. In salesmanship class, they always told us to ask for the sale. So if you could waive those, or at least see your way to reducing them, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Great.
And not just for us, for everybody.
Sure, we understand, and thank you so much for your comments. They're very much appreciated, and we're very sensitive to it as well.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? Seeing nobody in the room for public comment. Tiffany, do we have anybody online with their hands raised? Can you double check?
No hands raised online.
Okay, we will move on from public comment. And that will be presentations and proclamations, item number 4. And then we don't have any of those today, correct? And that then brings us to agenda item number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, November 11th, 2024, for possible consideration for the next town council meeting, November 19th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2-year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, this seat is being considered today. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, this seat is also being considered today. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And with that, we have Piper in the hot seat to discuss the vacancy of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that is the 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term.
Thank you, Mayor. So this vacancy, as you stated, is for an alternate seat, and our applicant is Lee Betton, who you also may know as Lee Shay Betton. She has previously served on P and Z in an alternate seat from December of 2021 to December of 2023. That was a 2-year term. She missed reapplying for her seat back in 2023, but has decided to reapply this round. She had a 75% attendance rate during her term, and if you choose to appoint her to another term, it would be recommended to be a 2-year term effective immediately. And I believe that she is with us remotely today.
She is.
I am, yes. Hello.
Hi, Lishay. If
Hey,
there's
guys.
something you want to say about your candidacy for this planning and zoning alternate seat, please go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're wanting the seat.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I'm traveling right now, but so I wasn't able to attend in person. But yeah, I had a great time serving for the 2 years that I did. I just loved being in the room with such great wisdom when it comes to Kathy Green, Todd Brown, Angela Dye, all the people. Just a wealth of information of our town's history, and I just really enjoyed it. And I had some family things come up last year, and I was able to handle them. And so unfortunately, I missed the reapplication deadline, but I'm happy to do it again as an alternate seat, and I'd love to do a 2-year appointment.
Great. Thanks, Lishay. Any council members have any questions for Lishay? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Lishay Betton to an alternate seat for a 2-year term effective.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Jessica, yes.
Yes. Ashley, yes.
No Dan online.
Okay, then Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Lishay, thank you so much for stepping up for the
Excellent.
community and jumping back into the fray.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
That brings us to 5C, Public Art Commission. One alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and Piper is here to present this as well.
Thank you. We recently had a member of this board resign, which created a vacancy in an alternate seat. This applicant is Brandon Burkle. He is a new applicant to this board and has not served in any other commission that I'm aware of. He is here to speak on his behalf. If you choose to appoint him to this alternate seat, it would be recommended for a term of 2 years, also effective immediately. And he is with us in the room today.
Great. We'd love to have you step up and talk a little bit about yourself and the reason for applying for this seat.
Hello. My name is Brandon Burkle. I've been a part of this community for about 7 years now. I've been doing local art since I got here. You guys might know of my COVID campaign that I did back in 2020. I did all the banners and stuff coming into town. I did the free box mural. But I've always been trying to volunteer my time to any kind of art projects and stuff that are going on in town. And I found out about the Public Arts Commission recently because I'm doing an install over by the Free Box hopefully this next month or so, and I got the approval for that. And I really enjoyed the process of that. And I think that if I saw that there was a I asked if how to be a part of this committee and stuff, and there happened to be a open space, so I applied that day when I got my approval for my new art project that I'm doing. So yeah, I want to be more part of the community. I think it's important. I like being a part of the arts and stuff, and I think it would just elevate my art career, and also just helping out other artists and stuff to find places for their art in town. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Does any council have any questions for Brandon?
I don't have a question, just a comment. You know, I got to work with Brandon when I was running the farmer's market. He was one of our artist vendors, and it's a great energy. Always showed up on time, and again, he just has this creative energy, and I think he would be a great addition to this board.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Are there any other questions for Brandon or any other comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Brandon Burkle to the alternate seat on the Public Art Commission for a 2-year term, a term of 2 years, effective immediately.
A second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Jesse Ray. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Eva, yes. Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you for stepping up to help the community.
Thank you, everyone.
We really appreciate it. Piper, thank you so much. That moves us, we've already handled the consent calendar number 6. That brings us to item number 7, which is public hearing. There are no public hearing items today. And that brings us to our action items part of the agenda. And 8A, presentations by the Planning and Zoning Commission, recommended consultants for the Town of Telluride Comprehensive Plan, selection of the successful candidate, and authorization for the town manager to enter into a contract agreement with a selected candidate. And Michelle is here to present.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, we have 2 firms that were recommended to you by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they're here to present to you today, a 20-minute presentation, followed by 10 minutes of questioning. And then after each of them has presented, then you would go into deliberations to choose the best fit for the new comprehensive plan.
Great.
And so with that, I will introduce Nora from Cushing Terrell, and they'll be the first presenters, and I'll wait and start the clock after you introduce your team. And 15-minute warning so that you know you have 5 minutes left.
Great. We do have a number of folks. The rest of our team is on the call. I see them populating now. And then I'll go ahead and introduce us. Thank you. My name's Laura. I am the principal in charge of the Denver office for Cushing Terrell. I'm an architect, but I am really excited about the team that we've put together today. So Cushing Terrell, we're a full service, architecture engineering firm. So we've got a lot of disciplines in-house, but we specifically engage with these consultants because they're really the best at what they bring. And so we've got Ted Camp with Leland Consulting on the line, who's really going to talk about market economics. And I don't know anyone who gets more excited about mining really specific data than Ted. Luna Hoops with Fair and Peers brings transportation planning to the front. And Luna's really focused on that pedestrian-centric piece of transportation planning. Grace Sullivan with Lotus Sustainability is really going to talk about all things sustainable, bringing resiliency and a lens of sustainability to all facets of the comp plan. And Kayla Marins with AE2S to really focus on the utilities and infrastructure with a huge focus on all things water. So wastewater, water resources, all of those pieces really falls into Kayla's wheelhouse based in Grand Junction. And then I'm joined by Nora Bland, our Director of Planning and our Community Engagement Specialist, who's really the ringleader of this group and also the author of much of what we'll see. So that's who we are. You want to talk about the rest of the firm? Yes, I do. So we are actually backed by a much larger team. Obviously, we've got a deep bench, and each of us here on the call has a deep bench behind us, but we have a lot of other specialists. The top box are all the folks that we have within Cushing Terrell that we can tap for this comprehensive plan. so that there's a lot of very specific expertise that goes into this that we've got that we'll bring to bear on this. So really, again, it is a broad team, more than just the two of us sitting here today and the other three are.
I will briefly just touch on this. This is just a list of some of the recent comprehensive plans that we have done for resort and resort adjacent communities. So we do understand some of the challenges and opportunities that come with being in this type of environment in Telluride. So I want to talk through kind of our overall approach to community engagement, which is obviously a really big piece of a comprehensive plan. And then I'll give you some examples of what we've done in other communities along the way. So really what we focus on in our equity-centered engagement is meeting people where they are. So rather than expecting folks to show up to town hall or some municipal building and give input at a public meeting, we try to go to where people are already gathering. So we'll set up pop-up tents at the grocery store or transit centers, or we'll tag on to existing community events like the community fiesta and leverage the attendance of those events to really make sure that we're getting folks that wouldn't normally show up to a city-led public meeting. And then some examples of the harder to reach folks that we've engaged with in the past. In Basalt, there's a pretty large population of Hispanic residents there, and there was a lot of mistrust with municipal government. And so what we did was we just threw a big picnic, a catered lunch in a neighborhood with a high population of Hispanic residents. And we were able to have some just good dialogue conversations that didn't feel like a more stuffy, town-led public meeting. And we got really good feedback from that. And then in Bloodwood Springs, it was the height of COVID. We couldn't really do much in-person engagement. So we had to put together these little open house in a box where we put a paper survey and some swag in a to-go container, and people could pick them up at recreation centers or libraries, places that were still open, and take the survey, fill it out, and then drop it back off where they picked it up. So these are just ideas of things we've done in other communities, but we really try to customize our engagement plan based on the needs and the wants and the way that residents want to engage in each specific community and for Telluride. So some of the strategies is really allowing open and honest discussion in known and comfortable places, leverage existing groups, whether that be faith groups, hiking clubs, always providing food and childcare at meetings. That is a minimum, offering some kind of raffle or incentive to participate, and then being really transparent about how that input is used in the plan. This is an example I wanted to talk about from Chaffee County. We did their comprehensive plan. They had a lot of big issues in a very divided community. So one of the biggest conflicts was balancing private property rights with some more environmental and community objectives. So what we had to do here was really using data and scenario modeling show what growth could look like in the valley if they approached it in a couple of different ways, and then really communicating the trade-offs of each of those scenarios. So with the lower density scenario, there was more sprawl into the unincorporated county, and you can see that based on kind of this heat map image in the first scenario A. In the second one, it was more corridor centric, and with that you had a little bit higher densities but less sprawl out into the unincorporated county. And then another one that was just more targeted growth within the municipalities. And so really by communicating these trade-offs, open space versus parking versus housing versus it's so common that these trade-offs are just always fighting each other, and the community can be really divided. But once you can really leverage some shared values of keeping open lands open and environmental stewardship, we were able to come to a preferred growth scenario and get that community buy-in. I'm gonna skip this one. We don't really have time. This is a very preliminary list of stakeholders that we identified that would obviously be really important to engage in this process, but a big piece of that is going to be youth engagement. So making sure that we're talking to the people that will be a part of implementing this plan in the future and getting input from young people who have a smaller filter and are really honest with how they feel about where the community is and where they want the community to go.
And building consensus is a big part of it. Needing at the outcome of this an actionable and implementable plan is important. So it really starts and ends with your vision and being able to establish that vision early and frame all conversations around that vision so that there's that touch point. And then really being able to have that feedback loop so that we can solicit that feedback and then remind the community of what we heard and then what the next steps are. A big, the importance of feedback is when it's good feedback. And so making sure that the team crafts very specific questions so that the feedback is actually actionable is critical. A big piece of that is through graphics and visualization. So on Nora's previous slide of really being able to see those maps of those somewhat ephemeral concepts of density of what does it look like, and being able to graphically show those differences allows us to get that feedback and then be able to have that loop so that by the end, there is that sense of community consensus. In Aspen, it was really, we use that technique. Again, it's a process, but again, every community is different. Every plan is specific to that community, but really being able to rely on that process and guide you through it is key. And so in this, being able to continually dial back on those principles of where we are trying to get, we're able to land on that sweet spot, the intersection of the trade-offs. So you can't always have it all. Of what is that kind of Goldilocks fit for your community that marries all of those priorities into what's the right amount of each thing.
Ted, you're up.
Oh.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. It said the host was not allowing me to unmute. So in the time allotted, this is going to amount to a teaser, but I wanted to touch on, as we're thinking about dynamics that affect economics and housing related things in Telluride, two of the most important things to think about are seasonality and the relationship between affordability and the workforce. And this graph here just shows sort of the extremes of seasonality. So for the ski resort itself, the peak day in the height of the ski season gets about 10 times the visitors as the lowest mud day in April. And there's other peaks late in the ski season and then in summer. And you compare that to a grocery store, which tends to be pretty local serving, much flatter curve there, that the high days, during those peak resort times are about double the lowest days. And for the curious, the Village Market over in Mountain Village, it's sort of exactly in between those two. So that's sort of an important dynamic to understand. This is using cell phone tracking data to help figure that out. Next slide. So as everybody is painfully aware, affordability or lack of affordability has a big effect on the workforce. Looking at commuting patterns, about half of Telluride vicinity workers, so including Mountain Village and out to the airport, list San Miguel County as a place of residence, but you have to look at 17 different counties to supplying at least 40 workers in 2021. And Telluride is increasingly dependent, this is also related to affordability, on middle-aged and older workers. You see that blue line of age 29 and younger has remained flat while the other two age groups have grown. Okay.
Thank you, Ed. My name is Luna, and helping the team here with the transportation elements for the plan. I'm with Fair and Peers, and we've done a lot of work on in your area, specifically on transit. Currently working with the San Miguel Authority of Regional Transit on their strategic operating plan, setting the vision for the future of transit in the area. And last year we wrapped up the specialized transit roadmap, which helps the agency enhance services for specific communities. Our deep work on transit has allowed us to gain familiarity with your community, and we're really excited to bring that familiarity and our expertise of other modes of travel to create a comprehensive and layered transportation system that improves walking, biking, driving, and parking in Telluride. Of course, we understand the seasonal aspect of Telluride means that we'll focus on addressing congestion and parking issues during peak times and seasons, but really focusing on not losing the integrity of that layered system and the viability of alternate modes of travel.
And I'm Grace Sullivan from Lotus Engineering and Sustainability. And I just wanted to kind of double click on some of the things that we've talked about already around affordability and transportation. In our deep expertise in mountain towns, we really see the desire for sustainable placemaking. So that is ensuring that the beautiful amenities that draw folks to Telluride are protected for generations to come. So we see our role as part of this planning process as enhancing the strategies and visions of the existing climate action plan, along with reducing energy demand, augmenting low carbon mobility options, conserving resources, protecting natural resources, and really ensuring a thriving community. So destination management is my other bullet point here, and this is really a natural extension of sustainable placemaking and has been top of mind for a lot of our similar clients. I really admire Telluride's Live Like a Local campaign. I think it's just a lovely way to greet visitors and fold them into the way of life in Telluride. And I really see the opportunities for the comprehensive plan to amplify the values that campaign has encapsulated. So finally, something really signature to Lotus's involvement in comprehensive planning is highlighting climate mitigation and resiliency as a vetting criteria. So this really ensures that every strategy, this really ensures that strategies are elevated within the plan that either directly address climate mitigation and resiliency or have a co-benefit related to climate mitigation and resiliency.
Just wanted to briefly touch on the importance of your National Historic Landmark District status, and that the historic preservation piece is an important contextual part of the comprehensive plan. And so again, I'll just kind of in the interest of time move forward, but you know, that's a big piece of this, and having folks that are really in tune with that. The affordable housing piece, I think we've all mentioned it once at this point, because it is that important. We do have a familiarity with what you're doing here in Telluride, and really want to commend your commitment to the number of units that you're bringing online. It's pretty exciting. And we've got some direct experience working in Shandoka, Building F, looking to turn over the first phase of that to tenants coming up hopefully within this next week. And also looking at Lot L, which was an outcropping of the Southwest Area Plan, and beginning to look at, again, those chess moves of moving parking around in order to really maximize development for affordable housing. So again, that how that begins to play into the contextuality of the comp plan becomes important.
So we have taken some time to identify some preliminary opportunities and constraints or challenges in Telluride here, but obviously this list will be fully expanded with community input and input from staff and electeds like yourselves. So your current comprehensive plan has 25 different topics. With that, you can limit a little bit of how in-depth you can get within each topic in a plan that's not 500 pages long. And so maybe looking to consolidate that list in an effort to make a really usable plan for not only staff, but yourself as elected officials. I don't need to tell you about the housing crisis, but the 2023 vision plan highlighted that some residents feel that with displacement, with the price of housing and land, has resulted in a sense of loss of community. And so figuring out how to address that. Are we at time?
5 minutes.
Oh, great. That's what I have too. And then in terms of opportunities, we can really build on the great work that was done for the 2023 vision plan. Continue to preserve that, I love this, rough and natural quality and character that's come through all of these various plans for the town over the years. Continue that momentum of delivering units of affordable housing, and congrats on Voodoo and getting that almost completely leased. Aligning infrastructure with our long-range planning, so that's huge when we're talking about future land use. And then really geographically keeping the plan a little bit more broad. So looking at the Telluride region and making sure that really physically and visually the town, the mountain peaks and the watersheds are all interconnected. Finally, why would you choose this team? We do have that familiarity with Telluride, working here and doing engagement here, and understanding some of the community values. We have a pretty deep bench of experience when it comes to planning in resort adjacent communities throughout the Mountain West. As you can see from our team, we do take a multidisciplinary approach to planning, and that does include a pretty decent urban design component. And then our approach is really driven by community input and data, so that you have a plan that's based in market realities and implementable. We do have a diverse amount of experience with team members across the United States, but we are based in our Denver office when it comes to urban planning. And then I think we're just really, really excited about the potential opportunity to engage with residents here again, and help staff and you all through this really, really important process of creating a vision for the future of Telluride. Are we under time?
You are. You have 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Oh.
Well, do we just give it back and maybe you can ask some more questions?
Sure. I mean, we like things that come in under time, that's for sure. And thank you for that presentation. I think it was wonderful and a nice synopsis of what you proposed for us. And then I will hand it back to Michelle.
Certainly, and we'll do 5 minutes per question. We have 2 questions. The first, please explain for us what implementation strategies you would recommend once the new comprehensive plan is adopted. What would you include to ensure that progress is made in reaching the goals spelled out in the plan?
Oh, great question. I think with an implementation strategy, you have to have resources dedicated to making sure that it happens. So what we typically do in an implementation plan as a part of the comprehensive plan is to outline who is responsible for implementing it and partner organizations that you can help to employ in implementing it, and then potential funding sources. We know a lot of resources when it comes to grants and other opportunities to help with funding partnerships, and then making sure that there is some type of prioritization within the plan, because there are going to be those low-hanging fruits that are lower budget items. We have the funding allocated already, staff times available, like we know that we can do that. So let's do that one first. And then there's going to be those really big ticket items. As you know, construction costs are only escalating, and we can do our best with trying to estimate how much things might cost in the future, but it's kind of a crapshoot these days. It's really difficult to understand the scale in even just 5 years at this point. So really making sure that we know what the community wants most to happen, and then really making sure that we weave that into, okay, well, we know these lower hanging fruit ones we can implement quicker, and then understanding how the town budget works and funding resources that are available now, funding resources that may be available in the future, and then really outlining that all in a pretty comprehensive matrix. And then we do offer a check-in after a year, after our plans are adopted, to make sure that, hey, how's it going with implementation? Like, are you feeling like you've been set up for success? Are there modifications that we can help you with as a potential amendment, just to make sure that staff and leadership is satisfied with what we've put together, and that it's working with, you know, the town budget and the other funding resources that we've identified.
Hey, that's it? Okay. Question 2, please describe the most challenging comprehensive plan you've ever prepared. How did you address those challenges and what were the outcomes?
It's a good one and a hard one, because I feel like they all have their own unique challenges. Well, I think my normal answer would be the Chaffey County example, but I did already talk about that one. I think another really challenging one was Glenwood Springs. The community at that time, we adopted in 2022, and there was a moratorium on growth. Council members were being slashed in the media. It was a really, really, really contentious time in the community. And it was I mean, it took a little bit longer than we had anticipated. And we had an advisory committee that was pretty divided as well. So I think our methodology was to remain nimble, make sure that what we had planned to do in the beginning was adjustable, that we made sure to hold additional public meetings where needed, really just kind of dial back where needed. If we felt like the community wasn't ready for a future land use map, we still needed to do a little bit more visioning and consensus building about the future of the community. And then making sure that as we went through the engagement process, we were showcasing how people's input was included in the plan, because there's nothing worse than taking time and giving input throughout this process and then not seeing where it went, or feeling like you're screaming into a void. You know, it's important to showcase, this is what we heard. This is how we've incorporated into these potential strategies. These are the trade-offs of each of those strategies. And then this is where you can give us a little bit more guidance when it comes to the community, the advisory committee, and staff. And so that one, again, it was really challenging just because everything felt so contentious. But we made sure that we were just continuously communicating back to the community and providing opportunity to give input, and then remaining as nimble as possible, making sure that we adjusted when needed. Anybody else have a fun comprehensive plan story? I mean, Ted and Luna, you were there for the Glenwood Springs project, and I think you probably experienced some of that, but.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, as Nora was saying, an interesting challenge in balancing sort of the beliefs about growth that different groups in the community had, you know, comparing landowners and developers that tend to be pretty pro-growth with others, and trying to find a middle path that makes sense for a comp plan was just an interesting challenge and compromise. And you know, from a data standpoint, it was messaging became very important to, you know, not tip too far one way or another, but still be telling the truth.
Yeah, and making sure that nobody on either side hated each other as like neighbors at the end of the process. Was there a third question?
We do have you do have a few minutes left.
Yeah,
I'll go on to the third one.
Absolutely.
Small towns often have limited staff resources for processing comprehensive plans. Explain your level of involvement with small mountain towns and how you address your role in accommodating this challenge.
Yeah, and that's something that we definitely deal with on a very regular basis. There's usually one staff person on the other side and
one.
yes, and they are the building official, they are the town planner, they are in charge of running council meetings. And so we completely understand that, and that's what we're here for. So that's what we provide as a resource, is to walk you through the process. A lot of times, staff hasn't done a comprehensive plan before, and that's totally understandable. And that's why we're here. And we really try to make sure that we lay out the plan ahead of time. You know, this is what we're going to need from you, and what's a reasonable time frame for you to review it and to get back to us. And that's how we kind of lay out the plan in the beginning, so that we're setting ourselves up for success and setting town staff up for success, to make sure that our timelines are reasonable, we're meeting deadlines, but again, trying to be as nimble as possible, so that we're providing our deliverables when they're needed, and when town staff has the time to review them, and then ensuring that, you know, the public process is continuing forward, and that we don't lose any momentum with the community. So we'll set up a pretty comprehensive project schedule and timeline, and when certain deliverables are gonna hit town staff's desk, and then when we hope that they'll get back to us. But we typically do weekly check-in meetings, 30 minutes. You know, we'll have an agenda ahead of time, make sure that they're pretty streamlined and efficient, but that way we can stay on top of things and make sure that, you know, if we need to adjust our timelines or move things forward a little bit quicker, because there's a community event coming up in the next 2 weeks that we really want to take advantage of. That's why we keep all of our staff on the line and available to jump in when needed.
Yeah, and I think specifically in some of our previous work, Nora, you were able to jump in and kind of help out with the actual website pieces to make sure that communication out was specific, and I think showed some tips and tricks on Bang the Table.
Yeah,
So
I forgot about that.
So we're pretty comfortable being able to just jump in and help out where needed. That's it's the way it always is, I think.
And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for taking the time, both online and traveling to Telluride. I know we're remote, to give us an overview of your plan, and so we can be more educated in making a decision. And I think with that, we conclude this interview. And again, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next group you'll hear from is Logan Simpson, and I believe Megan Moore will be the one introducing everyone. And I'm going to move back because they have a number of
team.
people here.
Michelle, what we may ask you to do is maybe grab the remote microphone, so you can sit in the back and not have to worry about being heard.
Are you guys gonna want to share your screen, or do you want me to pull your presentation for you? Whatever's more convenient for you. I have it ready if you want to use the clicker. I've got it all set. Okay, perfect. Let me enable screen sharing. Should be set.
Where I totally lied. There we go.
Take your time.
Well, it's always that stress when you see a black screen.
Then Michelle, do you have anything you want to start with here or?
I will just, I've already introduced Logan Simpson, and I'll let Megan Moore introduce the people that are present and maybe online today. And then it'll be 20 minutes once you start your presentation. I will give a 15-minute, at 15 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute warning. And then after you conclude, then we'll start with the questions.
Take your time.
We were just outside warming up. Good.
Start with introductions. Okay, well, I'm Megan Moore. I'm with the firm of Logan Simpson. And my role on this project as PM is to ensure client success and to make sure that you all as town leadership, town staff, and community at the end of the day have a successful project and plan that moves the community forward.
And I'm Sophie Frankenberg. I am going to be the assistant project manager, so supporting Megan, working on day-to-day logistics and doing a lot of drafting for this project. And I just want to say that I'm just really excited to be here. This project has been one that's been on our list for quite some time. I grew up in a community very similar to Telluride, one that is a historic mining town turned ski town, and I've witnessed a lot of the challenges and the issues and sometimes loss that have come with kind of the evolution and discovery of areas that are so great. So just excited to be part of something and maybe part of some good change. So thank you.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Oshling. I'm a GIS analyst with Logan Simpson. And so I will be a part of this process, helping with that data management process. But along with enhancing and informing, exploring opportunities through that data management, I also will be tied into community engagement to make sure we're really allowing that opportunity to tell those impactful stories through data.
Thank you. Sarah Brown McLean. I am the newest member of Logan Simpson as the Director of Housing with the team. I was born and raised in Telluride, grew up here in the late 70s through the early 2000s. So I bring that experience with me, and that's what drove me to learn more about workforce and affordable housing. So that's my role on the team.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm Miles Graham. I'm a principal at GVSM. Most of you probably know me as the gondola facilitator, but this is also home, and I'm so excited to be here. We do a lot of comp plan work, and so I'm excited to bring another dimension to the conversations that we've all been having. And I'm going to kick it to our online team. And I think David may have his hand up because he's unmuted. Hey, David.
Okay, thank you, Miles. Yes, Dave Becker with RRC Associates. We would be focusing on economic tourism and supporting Sarah on housing issues. RRC is a research and planning firm. We were actually involved with the previous iterations of the comp plan starting in 87, then in 2006 and 2012. Our expertise and primary experience is in mountain contexts like the town of Telluride. We're also currently working on housing needs assessment update with San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, and have done a variety of other types of work throughout the San Miguel County and the town of Telluride area. And I'll pass it over to Rocio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rocio Ramirez. I'm a transportation planner at Felsberg Holt and Ulavig, a transportation planning and engineering firm. And I'll be kind of taking the lead on anything transportation and bilingual outreach tasks as a part of this project.
Well, with that, first, just a big thank you to town staff and town leadership for taking this on. It's a huge level of effort and undertaking, and it's a huge priority project for the community itself. Over the past few months, I know you've seen a lot of proposals and interviews. I know you focused a lot on reviewing resumes and scopes of work and project descriptions. So we thank you for that. And while our fall is going to show the same thing, this breadth of experience and outreach, our award-winning projects, they span the Mountain West, and they really work for communities such as this, like Telluride. They span from Park City area to Breckenridge area, Big Sky, Ketchum, and Jackson. And these plans have really been successful because we've had hard discussions with the community and the public throughout the way. Really sometimes focusing on these key discussions and these metrics and finding alignment between these two things with the community just really sets these plans apart. Doesn't result in cookie cutter plans. This focus on implementation actions just really moves the community forward. And this approach has resulted last year in the top plans for 4 different states and 11 awards this year for some of the planning work that we've done. As a multidisciplinary firm, we're able to tackle all of your issues, from sustainability and climate to transportation to housing. And we really thrive on this idea of co-creation. So really working in partnership with you all as town leadership, town staff, and the community to really fine-tune those discussions, have those hard conversations, and be able to move the community forward. With that, our presentation today is a little bit different. We've not really focused on those projects. What we've tried to do is really create a document, a slide deck that really focuses on Telluride and some of the conversations, discussions you probably expect to see as part of this planning process, and really give you an idea of some of the public outreach techniques that we use to get folks excited and maybe get everybody start thinking a little bit about what to expect and what needs to be talked about.
Thanks, Megan. And as you'll see here in the chapters of the plan, this plan, it's a comp plan, but it's a community plan. It should be a reflection of our values. And as we walk through the vision and engagement, our profile and policies, the areas of change, but also how we create stability and find balance in what so often in mountain communities can feel imbalanced. And then look at what's our adaptive management plan and how do we set up the policy and visionary guidance and aspirational elements of a comp plan that reflect our community values, but with an eye towards implementation. So what you'll see on the next slide is the values that we're going to start with and validate. And one of the key elements of our approach is to make sure that we start with our values and we validate our values and we hold ourselves accountable to our values. We know that comp plans are going to generate challenging community conversations one way or the other. But if you do it properly, it can be something that's not divisive. It can be unifying. And by starting with our values, we'll work through what you all have heard me talk about through the gondola process is a lot of right versus right situations where it's not a right and a wrong answer, but two very valid or multiple very valid viewpoints that we're going to need to balance to make sure that we're building common ground, we're building trust, we're building literacy and awareness in this process, and using that to work through the inevitable trade-offs and compromise that is going to have to be forged to preserve what makes this one of the greatest places on earth that I'm proud to call home. So as you look through the next few slides, you'll see the evolution of the values into vision statements around housing and making sure that we can accommodate some of our housing goals while balancing them with our community character and identity. All of these values, we live the trade-off and the delicate balance that we need to preserve every day. And when we're talking about how we move around, it's more than just mobility solutions. It's how do we move and how do we connect with each other in our public spaces and in our transportation systems. And we not only face unique challenges, we've got a lot of tremendous assets. The spectacular place that we call home is something that this community is willing to fight for. And that's what this comprehensive plan is all about, is making sure that we're working towards a shared values, because we know change is inevitable. If we do nothing, change will happen to us. A comp plan is about proactively shaping that change into what we want our future to be as a community. And with that, Zoe's going to walk us through how we front load some of our efforts with community engagement and with our partners. So it's not just staff, it's not just council or the project team having these conversations. This is a community conversation.
Yeah, so we have proposed, I'm sure you all have seen our proposal at this point, but we've proposed a 12-month process. And typically you'll see that comprehensive plans kind of use community engagement as one component of the comprehensive plan. They insert it into the various phases, and it's part of it, but it's maybe just an additional small section of it. We use community engagement approach as the guidance to our comprehensive plan. That is how we develop comprehensive plans, is based on our community engagement approach. So the very first phase is all about building those relationships with key community members, like Miles just mentioned. It may be engaging AHA to get youth engagement and arts and culture right at the forefront of the planning process. It's working with high school students, getting them involved. We've had multiple successful projects that have engaged hundreds of high school students and get them involved in stuff that really will affect them down the line. Also leaning into large employers, understanding that your workforce comes into town and doubles your population almost every single day. That's a huge part of your community that we need to hear from. It's engaging town departments, the HARC, Planning Commission, you all, and others as well. So really that first phase is all about establishing a presence for the project. It's building up the website using Engage Telluride, which we have a lot of experience with, and just making sure that people get involved. And then it's also making sure that we are validating that vision, like Miles just talked about just now. So making sure that we actually understand what the values are in the interests of the community. In the second phase, we want to lead off with a fun and inviting event, one that builds upon that discovery phase that happens right at the beginning of the project. We want to make something that is really exciting for people to show up to, not an open house, maybe a TED Talk, maybe an arts showcase, but something that gets people involved that don't typically show up to those planning initiative types of public engagement events. Then building upon that excitement from that first kind of innovative, fun event, we want to share the community's ideas through immersive technology, which Ben will talk about here in just a moment. We want to show them what the future of Telluride can really look like and feel like. In the third phase is when we go back to the community and we ask them, did we get it right? Are there things that we did not hear, or are there things that we need to change? That iterative process is really essential to making sure that the comprehensive plan is not only something that you all can adopt, but that the community can stand behind and feel unified on. In that third phase is when we could do things like pop-up events. We could go to local breweries. We could table out coffee shops. We could ride the Galloping Goose or the gondola just to talk to people, just to see, hey, have you checked out the comprehensive plan? Have you checked out what you have said, and see it in a tangible document? Really, the point being that we offer a variety of outreach strategies, and we just won't hear from all parts of the community if we just do one event, one strategy. We have to use all sorts of different tools and different touch points throughout the process. So what I would really like to highlight is just kind of what sets us apart as a team. When it comes to community engagement, we have worked in a lot of communities that are very similar to Telluride. They all are unique in their own way. What we have noticed is that there's a lot of passion, a lot of energy, a lot of people that really care about where they live. What we also see come out of that is conflict. And that's something that we don't shy away from. We really thrive in those situations. We get down, we have those conversations. We try to focus on interests rather than positions. We also focus on removing barriers to engagement. So that would be both for underrepresented communities, but then also towards building consensus and unity for the project. And we do that by deploying a bunch of creative outreach tools.
Yeah, and so to kind of talk about some of those creative outreach tools, as Sophie mentioned, community engagement, starts throughout the beginning of the process all the way to the end. And that's our approach also with data. We want to set up this living database at the beginning of the project. So we're recording those public comments, environmental considerations, opportunities for transit, all of these things as metrics. And what is awesome about this is we can also tie them into existing dashboards that the city might already have for climate change, affordable housing, to more easily track those. So we're not reinventing the wheel, but we're adding on to it. And so what we like to highlight is this digital twin city that lives in this cloud and that we can all visit and track spatially in the town of Telluride where these things are happening. And it's all data driven. So it's a very transparent process, which is really exciting. But we also recognize at the same time that there is an opportunity for people that need to digest, data in different ways. So that could be a 2D map, that could be a 3D map, that could be something static or dynamic. So we're really cognizant of that as well. And so one thing that we do get really excited about, and as Sophie was mentioning through these exciting outreach events, is something that we've been working with, which is immersion. And so this is the process kind of outlined on the screen here for you, where we take that existing data and we build off of it. So you see kind of this vacant site, then future land use, and then what actually is going on the ground. What are the zoning setbacks? What are the heights? What are the design requirements? And how can we take all that and then turn it into a concept that we can take to the public? And so I want to also reiterate that these also come in phases with public engagement and happen simultaneously. So people understand what is happening and why it's happening throughout the whole process. And in the end, we get to this really cool rendering model that we can then take to the public. And so we did a Mesa immersion experience where we took high schoolers, we took planning commission, and we put them in this dome, this projection that is showing this model. And why do that? It's because then the people who participate in this plan get to walk into this room and actually see where their comments led to. And so that's really exciting for us, because then we're not debating, the heights, the setbacks necessarily, but we're then seeing, well, does this feel and actually fit with Telluride? Does this meet the goals that we want to do? We just found it as a really cool and effective way to kind of engage people in the plan. But last thing I'll also mention is we love data, and we want to provide everyone here, the town, with a data set at the end of this project that will live on. We don't want to give you just a static document that kind of just has these papers. We want to be able to give you something that's sustainable that you can work with going forward. So we just want to reiterate that we'll work with you to make that sustainable product in terms of data.
Yeah, so just to add a little bit more context and specifics to engagement, our approach focuses on being responsive by tracking engagement metrics throughout the project, and also being flexible and open to kind of pivoting different engagement events. So what we're showing here on this slide is a national APA award-winning community engagement plan that was completed for Summit County, Utah. So just demonstrating that we have the experience in kind of being adaptable and being sensitive to community needs. So it's important to us as a collective team that we tailor strategies and techniques to ensure that people feel safe, that they feel included, and that they feel valued. So this means going beyond just translating materials. It means working with community leaders. It means compensating people for their time and for their effort. And again, just kind of being proactive and flexible when certain events or activities aren't really working or reaching people. So one recent example of us kind of being able to pivot occurred just last week. Sophie and I were in Alamosa working on their update to the comprehensive plan. And we actually worked with a community leader, a trusted community leader, to kind of organize a Spanish-only event. And it ended up being the most successful outreach event to the Latinx community that we've completed as a part of this project. And the feedback that we received, I don't think we would have received at any other outreach event. The feedback was nuanced, it was context sensitive, and importantly, it came directly from the farm working community in Alamosa. So we're all deeply committed to ensuring that everyone's voices are heard and included. And I think this is really what makes projects meaningful and worthwhile, for all of us. And I think with that, I'll pass it on to David and Sarah to kind of discuss a little bit more about our concepts and ideas.
Thank you for that. So I get to start by talking about housing, my favorite thing. Everybody needs a home, right? And everyone needs a home that they can afford. So you all are doing a countywide housing needs assessment right now that David Becker is working on, and it's going to provide some excellent data on what is needed here, right? So we can take that data and those needs and build them into this comprehensive plan in the form of goals. Let's form some goals, and then let's put some policies and strategies behind those goals to achieve what we're seeking in housing in the community. And then my other favorite topic is community character. I grew up here. I know there's a lot of character in this place. What makes a community? What makes the character? In Telluride, you know, the history is not just a ski resort town. Telluride has been a center for innovation since it was the very, very beginning. You know, it was the first commercial alternating current power plant was built here, which was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, right? We had power. We beat out Edison with the plant, and we had power. So that was huge. And then there's the built form. You know, Telluride has a lot of historic structures. The First National Bank building is a historic national building, dedicated by, I believe it was Bill Clinton. So we have a lot of history here. So taking that into account and finding places where we can preserve that, but also find some hidden density and find some areas for energy conservation in those older buildings, maintaining that character, but looking at sustainability, keeping that involved, engaged. And then, you know, the last thing is the people, allowing for a diversity of people to be here. When I was growing up, it was, you know, Rasta Stevie and Big Bird, who used to sit on Main Street with his town plan, you know, and it brought character, and that's community, you know, so having a community where those people can be who they are. So that will be, I believe, important in this comprehensive planning process. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to David Becker with RRC to talk about mobility.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Sarah. So, you know, mobility will be a key topic to address in the plan, and it really does knit together multiple other subject areas as well. You know, housing, community character that Sarah just mentioned, issues of economic vitality, equity, quality of life, environmental sustainability. You know, it has both a local component within Telluride itself, as well as a regional component, and sort of connecting the broader region together. It ties together consideration for residents and commuters and visitors. And so, you know, it's sort of one of those topics that is multidisciplinary, that multiple different partners on the team will have some thoughts on. So again, a key subject area. And with that, I'll pass it back to Sarah to talk about some of the more fine-grained topics within the town.
We know Telluride's a small town with a lot of character. You can walk from one end to the other in 20 minutes. But how do you find character within that character? You dig a little deeper. You get out to the community, you talk to them, and you look at spaces in different areas. For example, the Shandoka area. I was at the ribbon cutting of Shandoka in the early 80s, and that has been an area of change for a very long time. You know, areas of change can also bring opportunity. So looking at opportunities in areas like Shandoka will be something that's an important component of the process. Another component is transportation. A lot of people are driving in, but also a lot of people are driving around town, right? Transportation is key for community, for the economy, for sustainability. Larger picture, let's try to reduce the number of cars in town. Let's dig a little deeper, see what's working, where it's working and what's not, and look at creative solutions for transportation in town and regionally as well. And then just looking at smaller spaces, the Depot building, that is a building that has been consistent in the town for a very long time, but the uses have changed. What's going on around it has changed. So looking at the uses and looking where there might be rooms for improvement, like maybe removing cars in some areas and allowing for more foot traffic and bike traffic that can connect to the gondola, connect to Lift 7, connect to the river trail. Sort of thinking bigger picture like that with some of the spaces.
Sarah just talked a lot about some actions, and you saw those in the drawings. Achieving the vision is really about putting those forward for both town, region, other partners to actually carry forward. As part of this, looking at a monitoring program, so being able to talk about key indicators early on in the process, whether that's GHG reduction, whether that's affordable housing units to be built, and being able to identify those as your key tracking metrics for the plan. So looking 5 years out, where do you want to be? How much of the workforce do you want to house? What do you want to see in GHG reduction? not only setting that target, but also identifying some factors that are not hitting that target. What do you do next? And this allows some transparency between the town and the public without having to go back out and gain support for that again. In addition, allowing some flexibility in regards to actions, but also being able to tie it to revenue stream also adds to that set of transparent goals and process. Being able to tie it to transparency or tie it to funding helps the public understand where that level of effort is going for some of these actions. What should be prioritized next 2 years, next 5. And then lastly, being able to not just get the plan done, but also ensure that that meets code standards, code regulations, and if not, what are those code things that need to change? Also looking at the elements that are now required by state statute and strategic growth, water supply, and further out housing action. I've just been awarded pre-contracts with DOLA to really set the stage and identify what those requirements are, what that process looks like with DOLA. And this plan would be at the forefront of getting those in place as those procedures are put in place.
Thanks, Megan. And in closing, I'll just say, this team is ready to go. This team has been working on this, whether you saw it from Sophie's list of strategic partnerships in town, Ben's data Twin City that has modeled what the town looks like. This team has been here putting in the time to get to know it, so we can look through those value lenses and hit the ground running, knowing that it's our quality of life goals, it's our climate action goals, balancing it with our economic health that we're going to be putting at the forefront of this process. And the most successful comp plans are those community plans, not cookie cutter plans like Megan mentioned. It needs to be co-created with all of you, but most importantly with our community, so it reflects our shared values. And I will just say, managing change is going to be something that is going to be at the forefront of this. And so as we work together to reflect our values, it's going to take the whole community coming together to understand what this is and loading that community engagement on the front end to methodically work through the process that Sophie identified is going to be key. And so I think we're getting close to time.
You're at time. Thank you. Just letting you finish your statement there. So now we have 3 questions. If we get to them, I'll just set the timer for 10 minutes and to get through those. Yeah. And so with that, the first question, please explain for us what implementation strategies you would recommend once the new comprehensive plan is adopted. What would you include to ensure that progress is made in reaching the goals spelled out in the plan?
Well, I might go back to that slide. As Sarah mentioned, I think everybody knows this. It's not even just individual and high-rise, it's everywhere is housing, right? And being able to provide affordable housing, and not necessarily just affordable housing, but also something for your I assume that we're going to hear that as a big issue within the community and something that needs to be addressed. So key actions would tie into that. Of course, you've got the key actions that you'd look at is providing housing in key brackets, diversifying housing types. All those are pretty standard, but the monitoring, the boxes at the upper right talk about how to address that and what happens if it's not being met. So in this case, we worked with the town of Jackson and Teton County. In the process, they identified the goal to house 65% of the workforce locally, meaning on this side of the Tetons, right? Not over in Driggs and Victor. But what they did to put that in place was one, gain support from the community to do that, which is what came out of the comp plan process. 2, they structured their actions to meet that. And then 3, they set this monitoring program to track that annually. And biannually, they put together an annual report based on the data that they have available. They report that back to the community. So it's a transparent process. The community sees where they're at. And they found they weren't hitting that goal. So they went ahead and they implemented some of the corrective actions identified within the plan itself. Again, they didn't have to go back to the public because it was already set, identified in the comp plan. It was already supported. And so I believe last time we've talked to them, they're back on track at that 65, which is a pretty incredible goal for them to be able to do. The key actions involve everything from building more workforce housing in key areas that were identified during the plan, inclusionary zoning, a slew of other actions that aren't coming to the top of my head right now, but that's one of the success stories, and I think a lot of lessons can be learned in implementation.
Megan, if I could just add quickly onto the implementation side of it, that's where our values get tested. We're gonna need to build that goodwill, that trust, that common ground that I talked about through the planning process. When it comes to implementation, that's when the trade-offs get real, and that's when you're gonna have to draw upon those values to navigate those trade-offs. So there's probably a phased implementation strategy in there too that has some tier 1 priorities that may be low-hanging fruit to give some momentum and follow through to the plan.
And if I may just tag in one more thing, that's why I finished with that database that lives on past us. We want to give you something, you know, GIS might not be that solution, but it might be something that is a web page or a metric sheet. So we also just want to let you know that, yeah, we're thinking about that too. You know, when we're not here and you guys are continuing on the process, we want to be able to give you something that is tangible and you can utilize and doesn't just sit, you know, in the cloud somewhere.
Okay, next question. Please describe the most challenging comprehensive plan you've ever prepared. How did you address those challenges and what were the outcomes?
I can start, and it's back to Jackson, and I'm sorry, but when we were hired for Jackson, they already had a draft plan ready to go. And they had had a draft plan for about a year, and they were working through wordsmithing it with planning commission to the tune of 37 planning commission meetings or something like this. And so we were brought in to revamp the process and relook at what was important. So what they had actually been doing was getting too far down into the details of the plan that they forgot the overall vision behind that plan. And so we kind of reassessed where they had gone, identified the 3 core values that set the stage for the plan, and had everybody agree on those 3 values again. And really it was kind of smooth sailing after that point, but getting to the reminding them that they had gone through the process and set the stage with growth management, housing the workforce. Those 3 key goals were what they really wanted to achieve, and refocusing the whole plan on that goal and policy structure made that really a success. And when they went back to planning commission for adoption, it was very seamless and straightforward. Other challenging ones?
I have, with the new state legislature, housing needs assessments are required to feed in housing action plans, which are required to feed in comprehensive plans. So I worked with the city of Cortez on the housing action plan. And our task force group was made up of a diversity of people in Cortez, which is a very diverse place. And no one could agree on whether or not housing was needed or what was needed. And we had a needs assessment. And so we worked together to have the group start every meeting and conversation with, we're here with the understanding that we all believe housing is needed. And then we could get rid of all the background conversation about where should it go, what should happen, is it supported by this or that. But the baseline was we're all agreeing, we're moving forward from this one point. And it ended up being a really successful way to run the meetings and form the action plan, because there was a lot of consensus at the end once they got over their differences.
We could spend a lot of time on this question, like we worked it, but.
Okay. Last question then. Small mountain towns often have limited staff resources for processing comprehensive plans. Explain your level of involvement with small mountain towns and how you addressed your role accommodating this challenge.
Well, we see ourselves as an extension of staff. It's why we put together this team. You've got Miles, who's right here, part of the community. Sarah has historically been part of the community, but with that local knowledge base, and still in the community quite a bit. I've also got kind of the outside team that brings kind of that unbiased perspective, experience in other communities with some of the same challenges and issues. But the way that we work is, like I said earlier, is more of a partnership. So knowing that staff, and we work with a lot of towns that have very few staff available to man events, to be at planning commission meetings, to be at town council meetings, we can fill that gap as necessary. we can take on the outreach component if folks aren't available to help out with that. We're willing to be here as much as needed to make sure that the project is a success, and supported by the community. So we try to embed ourselves in the community as much as possible.
Yeah, I'll also add that a lot of communities that do have a slim staff, you see planning directors or community development directors wearing multiple hats. And so we understand they are busy and they want to see this go through, but it does take a lot of time. I mean, that's why we're sitting here today going after this project, because you all understand it takes a bit, it's a big lift. And something that we have discovered is, especially in communities like Telluride, how active organizations are already by gathering, already by being trusted voices in the communities. So sometimes what we do is, rather than putting kind of that, I don't want to say burden, but responsibility on town departments to see things through, it's leaning into those already established partnerships, those already established organizations that don't have maybe that political piece associated with it. So that's why we threw up all of those different various community partners on that, because we really do see so much value in that.
Well, you see the 5 of us here in the room, you'll see us throughout the process. But we do have bench support from 20 other planners, all in Salt Lake and Arizona. So we've got the resources.
And we have David and Rocio up there as well. Yes.
And I'll just underscore the importance of working and co-creating as an extension of staff and working with our partners. We didn't talk a lot about the regionality components of it. So I'll weave in the comp plan that we're doing in Crested Butte right now, the Community Compass it's called. I'll be in Pickens County tomorrow working on their Vision 2050 comp plan. And all of those comp plans weave in the regionality component. And what does the municipality or the county have that it needs to control? And what are those huge partnerships that we need to bring in and recognize staff is not only taxed at the town level, but it's county staff, it's regional transportation authority staff. So there are a lot of components to this conversation that don't stop and start at town boundaries. And so drawing in not only our community partners, but our intergovernmental partners in this is huge.
Great. Well, thank you so much for all of your time and traveling to Telluride and taking the time to meet with us. It's really very much appreciated. And we've got some tough deliberations to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Got to see a little bit of snow.
Just one for the clerk. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Good to see you. Now, Michelle, do you want to lead us through the process of deliberating and discussion or?
I believe you've heard 2 excellent presentations, their materials, the submittal both all the way through the process. You have 2 really good choices, and I believe it comes down to what you all believe is the best fit for the town. So I think that's all I need to say.
Great.
Did P&Z have any sort of feedback about pros or cons or anything like that? Or was it, kicking it up the ladder?
It was an interesting meeting because there was one kind of clear choice, and then there was some struggle between the other team to move forward. And so in the end, they kind of just did a straw poll, if you will, to see, how things move forward.
Who was PNC's first choice?
Logan Simpson.
And then Zoe, do you have anything else to add before we start deliberating on it?
No, I'm just very grateful for everyone. Obviously, as Michelle had in her memo, we had a recommendation committee. So 8-4 to P and Z. P and Z narrowed it down to 2. And I do think there has always been one that has kind of risen to the top through the entirety of the process. And so I think if you want to start with that, I don't have any additional insights than what you have also seen through this process.
Great. I want to say that, you know, P and Z and staff, you guys did a wonderful job in getting to this point with 2 very good presentations and 2 entities that I think would do very well by the town of Telluride. And making it maybe a harder decision for us, it means that you did a great job. And I want to recognize, not, like I said, not only staff, but the commission as well. To make it easier on us to narrow it down to 2 and then give us the opportunity to make that final decision. You know, it's a tough one because they're both that good. And I'll basically just start off by, does anybody want to start any comments and general thoughts, holistically, structurally, anything? We won't look at Elena.
I know. Elena like looked at
Well,
me.
she
and I
always
was like,
perks
Elena,
up.
I think she's like ready to go.
She like looks at everybody. I mean, I was really impressed with both presentations, to be honest. So, because of that, there wasn't one that really, you know, through their presentation swayed me really strongly one way or the other. I thought they were both very strong. That being said, I would then at that point probably defer to the recommendations or the preferences of P and Z through that process. But like I said, I was very impressed with both of them.
Yeah. And I'll just, before we go around the room, I'm just going to say that my thoughts are exactly that. Both were winners. They both won't be winners, but both were winners in their presentations. Anybody else?
Yeah, I actually had a different take. For me. The Logan Simpson presentation, I think, hit more of what I was looking for from this. I'm going to specifically call out their community engagement plan. I think while there were some similarities between both presentations in that category, I thought there was more specificity and it seemed like more evidence of success with their past community outreach initiatives. So that really stuck out to me. And then the other part that I really appreciated was the modeling, the 3D modeling, and then that kind of immersive experience, because I do feel like we have such an engaged community. And if we can have opportunities for them to be a part of this comprehensive plan and to feel like they're not only part of the conversation, but can literally kind of like walk into what we're thinking of doing. I think that's a really cool tool for our community. And I love that it seems like they kept data at the center of a lot of their strategy. And so, you know what, they were both great plans. I agree with that. But I do think that the Logan Simpson felt like it brought more to the table, or at least what I was specifically excited to see.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else with comments?
I just will echo what Elena said to a T actually. And then one thing that they said that I really appreciated was engaging with the larger employers, like those people who don't necessarily live in the area, but making sure that their input is taken into consideration, because this will affect them whether or not they're living in Montrose or Uray or wherever. And I thought that that was really important to take in consideration those members of our community as well. But both presentations were great. But yeah, I'm leaning towards Logan Simpson as well.
Any other?
You get to go last.
I mean, again, I'll reiterate what everyone said. Both presentations were great. I do just feel as though the Logan Simpson one, it reflected what I wanted to see. It felt more as though that there was like true comprehension of the unique nature of the community. The individuals that are a part of this project know this community, work within this community, understand the way this community operates in ways that I think take a little bit of time to learn and truly understand if you aren't already familiar with it. I've worked with a number of these individuals on a couple of different projects already. I respect their work. I respect what they do. They don't have the easy conversations. They don't look for the easy answers. And I think that that is hugely valuable when we're trying to create a comprehensive plan that's going to serve us, now and then for the future as well. So they're definitely my selection, my choice.
Geneva?
I'm cool with that. I kind of wish that it felt like both teams kind of addressed what we're doing with housing and the path that we're on. It sort of seemed like they gave us the boilerplate affordable housing spiel when we are in fact doing many of the things that they may be recommending. That doesn't mean I don't think they're going to do a great job, but I was sort of just tuning into that because I think it's probably easy for a lot of these presentations to be the same to everyone. There's a little bit of a playbook to go by, but I think that either would do a great job, and I love having some folks on the team who live here who have lived here, and the big 360 view thing is a cool attraction that would, like, I think doing something innovative and different to get people interested in actually coming over to talk to the people at the booth, at the folding table, at street dance or whatever it ends up being is really important, because a lot of times people don't want to engage when they're having a social setup. So I think that's great, and it seems like we're all in alignment, which is also great.
Yep, I'll give staff any opportunity to mention any comments or questions or thoughts, or the veteran council members that may have had more direct experience with some of the people on both of these firms. If there's anything else you want to add, you don't have to, but I want to give that opportunity.
Yeah, I don't have anything in addition to add or different than any of the other sentiments that I shared. I have also worked with a number of these people, mainly on the Logan and Simpson team, and have full confidence in their capability. I have had less experience with the staff, the team members for Christian Tell, but we've used Christian Tell for other town projects, not master plan, and they've also provided great work in that lane. And I've worked with Lotus Engineering. So both teams I know have great partners, and they themselves have a good reputation. So I know they would both do good work there.
Great. And any other comments before I open up to public comment, since it is an action item? Is there anyone in the room for any comments? Does not look like it. Is there anybody online with their hands raised? No. Well, I think we probably have a pretty good direction. I don't really, anything that I would add would be minor minutia. That's not necessary for the discussion. I would entertain a motion.
I move to engage the professional services of Logan Simpson to develop the 2024 Telluride Comprehensive Plan and to authorize the town manager to enter into a contract with Logan Simpson.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes. Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is unanimous to select Logan Simpson for the plan. Please reach out to the other firm and give our sincere thanks for all the effort they put in. And it was very well received and professional. And we really appreciate their efforts to make it a difficult decision for us.
I'll absolutely do that.
And Michelle, thank you for everything.
Sure.
That keeps us rolling to action item 8B. Consideration of amendments to the note between the town of Telluride and the Telluride Hospital District, which is the Telluride Regional Medical Center. And we have Zoe and Kevin here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. I'll start us off. As you can recall, this is September 17th Town Council meeting. We had an update from the Telluride Medical Center. Part of that, there was a question on their $650,000 interest-free loan that was extended to them in 2023, as the principal for that loan is due on or before October 31st, 2024, which is just a couple days away. They asked for us to re-look at that and provide potential amendments that they could pay the town back in a more responsible manner, given other things that they're working through as the medical center. We did speak with them and felt comfortable with a amended promissory note that allowed a 4-year payback term with a schedule within those 4 years. So approximately 150,000 for 2025 and 2026, and then 2027 and 2028 see a payback schedule of 175,000 for each of those years to get to the full amount owed. With that, there is a motion on the table if council agrees with that payback schedule. And Kevin, I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to add.
I don't have anything else other than a draft of the revised promissory notes been provided.
Are there any questions for Kevin or Zoe or discussion amongst ourselves for this? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for any public comment, considering it's an action item? Seeing none, Tiffany, do you have anybody online? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the amended promissory note between the town of Telluride and the Telluride Medical Center as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Helena, yes.
Maybe yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously for that amendment of the note between the town of Telluride and the Telluride Hospital District. Action item 8C, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed-restricted real property known as Wilkin Court Unit M, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. Zoe is here to present with Allie, who's probably running down the stairs. I thought I heard her. There she is. Thanks for jumping in. We're a little early. With that, Zoe and Allie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So the town received this intent to sell for this deed restricted unit, as you mentioned, at 1001 East Colorado Avenue, known as Wilkinson Court, Unit M. The owner is currently experiencing difficulties in finding a qualified household to purchase their unit and requested that the town consider purchasing it directly. With that, we have not done any inspections of the unit. So we have insight into that there will be potential work required to bring it up to the maximum sales price. And as we've discussed in our previous housing discussions, the bandwidth from internal facility staff is limited. So it would be something we'd have to contract out to do so. We did have 3 employees interested in the unit, just for your consideration. So with that, I'll leave it to you.
Great. Zoe, thank you so much. And Allie, the first question I'll have is, and Zoe and Allie, if you can confirm, is that part of this seller's desire for the town to purchase this unit is maybe some challenges with the tier and the income limits? Did I read that right? And by having the town purchase it, it not only does it make it easier for the seller to sell, but do we want to discuss a tier change? Do we need to do that? Is that not
think
part of
the
it?
issue is the tier change, and maybe Allie has some more insights, and maybe you'll be able to say this better than I can.
I might have just a few more insights, but I also have not visited this unit, and the information I have comes from Courtney McElhenney, our executive director of the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, who is usually involved in these transactions. It's not that this unit is necessarily mistiered or mispriced for this tier 1. I believe there are some issues with the condition of the unit. And when you're talking about a tier 1 household, even if they are able to purchase a unit for a lower price, in order to bring the unit up to those standards to reach what we would call the maximum sales price, still takes a lot of capital output in the beginning. I don't think the current owner is also willing to expend any money to bring this unit up to standards. I don't know how significant the issues are with this unit. I have not been in to inspect it. We have not had a professional inspector, but my information is that the unit is in a less than ideal condition, and that is why it's been hard to sell.
Why doesn't the owner reduce the price? It seems like, you know, in the rest of the world, if you have a property that you're trying to sell that needs a lot of work, you're not going to be able to sell it for a maximum price.
The owner would be required to reduce the price. So the current MSP that we have stated in the memo is the MSP were it at its ideal condition. So it has to meet minimum standards for maximum sales price. The price that is stated in the memo is more than likely not the price that the town would purchase the unit for, or any other household that might be interested in the unit, should he identify a buyer if the town declines to purchase this unit. And this is where more information from Courtney might have been pertinent, but at the end of the day, the sales price will most likely be reduced because of the condition of the unit, regardless of whether the town is the purchaser or if it's a qualified household at tier 1.
And so in that realm, we would purchase it, potentially do work on it, and then hopefully sell it to an employee. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm willing to, I totally agree with Ashley, and that's just, you know, paying full price if it's not in great condition might not be in our best interest. And hopefully we can discount that at least some, because I think that's not only smart, but it's a good precedent to set that we're just not handing over money. And paying maybe a little bit more of a premium than general public in that realm is, to me personally, to make sure one of our employees gets it is okay. I don't want that perception to also be we're paying more so no one else gets it, but it sounds like he's having trouble selling it.
Is it listed?
Been very long.
I'm like, is it
Number
listed?
one. And number two, I'm a little worried. I mean, I feel like the Pheno was a different situation, but what I don't want to start setting the precedent for is you can buy a unit that's deed restricted and not keep it up. And then if you trashed it, or if it has issues that you didn't fix, that the town will just buy it and clean up the mess for you. And if
And you don't have, there's no risk.
personal responsibility, right? And I feel like there's personal responsibility in buying a home and maintaining it. And so I'm a bit torn on that. I know we want to get more units for staff, which is great, but this is also a great unit at a tier that's appropriate if it's, you know, if it's in decent condition to sell. So it has been 3 weeks since we.
No, so
didn't take
a
the
notice of
option to purchase
intent,
this.
a notice of intent to sell was actually submitted, I think, back in July. And there was some confusion about whether the town had a right to purchase this unit, which is why it was not brought to you earlier.
Right.
At that time, the current owner wanted to try and choose their purchaser, but in that amount of time has not been able to find someone who is qualified and actually interested in purchasing the unit.
But is it on the market? That's my question, is like, is it available for any person? I mean, I'm just shocked that
I haven't heard
this
about
is
it.
$280,000 maximum sale price. Sounds like it's in a little bit worse condition, so that sale price should be less than that. And the qualifying
And it hasn't
income is
been
up to
inspected yet?
$114,000 a year. I mean, that's a really good income to purchase ratio, even if it needs work. I guess I'm just kind of shocked that this is like their last resort is to come to us and say, buy my house that needs a lot of work. I'm just a little confused.
At least on the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority website is for sale.
I don't know. Is Courtney on the call,
I
or is the
asked
seller on the,
I've asked her, she's not
Okay.
responding.
Yeah,
But-
just because that would be good to know if
But it should.
there was at least some. I mean, I don't expect them to hire an agent and pay the commission. I mean, it's nice maybe for our other profession.
I don't know if
but-
Heard about this unit.
I don't know if this is a last resort for the seller so much as it is just another option for the seller. There probably is some buyer out there who would be interested. Again, the MSP is going to be reduced very likely, whether it's the town purchasing this unit or a qualified household. We don't initiate professional inspections, and Courtney also doesn't assign a value when things fall below standard. That's up to the buyer.
Now, if we were the buyer, do we have can council make a decision subject to the staff determining what they think the fair market value is and
We
making
would
that
get a
offer?
professional inspection, and with that information,
Yes.
then take that off.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question,
Mhm.
Ally? From a timing perspective, as it seems, this did come to us very quickly to get on this agenda. However, we don't have an intent to sell a first right refusal deadline like we have in other instances where we need to bring this in front of council. Is this something that could come back to council at another time?
We could. So if council were to pass on this opportunity today and the seller were to maybe market this unit, reach out to a broader audience and still not be able to find a buyer, he could always bring this back and ask again, that time with maybe a more clear direction that this would be the last resort for the seller to sell the unit. But I think what we might be missing here is that the MSP is just that. It's a maximum sales price. And we've done this on almost all of the other purchases by the town. The MSP is always, it's what's presented, it's what the maximum is. But then once we identify a buyer, whether that's the town or anyone else, that's when negotiations occur to reduce that MSP if there is anything wrong with the unit. So even those units that we have purchased within the last few months, very few of those are purchased for the actual maximum sales price if there are issues identified. So just if you do authorize purchase of this unit today, it's authorizing it for that maximum sales price, subject to meeting those minimum standards for that maximum sales price. So it's very likely that ultimately the town could close for a much lower cost.
And do we have, so in this motion, do we have to do the motion at the maximum? Because I'm comfortable with saying, hey, we can do it. And if we inspect the unit and determine what that fair sales price is for us, great. If the seller says, nope, I'm going to go on my own because I think I can get more, or I'm going to do work and hang in a little longer, great, then sell it to someone else. I don't want to say I don't care, because I'd love to have the unit go to employee, but that's up to the seller to decide ultimately, correct?
Oh, sorry.
So the motion does not have a price attached to it.
The motion should be the same as all the other motions that we've done for similar purchases, which is broad enough to allow staff the ability to negotiate the purchase of the unit. And then, of course, we would, when it comes time to resell the unit, we would bring this forward to you for disposition by ordinance. And at that time is when we would explain to you whether it was going for a town employee, or if you tell us now that you wanted to purchase this unit to fix it up and maybe sell it by lottery, we could also take that direction.
So that was what I was gonna bring up, is this doesn't seem like it's addressing who the unit's gonna go to, just whether or not we buy it. Cause I think that's another conversation that I would like to participate in a little bit more, is do we keep this for a town employee or do we put it to lottery? The other thing that I wanted to say is, even for a buyer that's not the town, if you were to take out the cost of fixing some of the things from the sales price, I think, we all know it's hard to get a contractor to come in and do work, especially when it's these small jobs. So I think with this one, a potential buyer, even if they're able to find the money to do some of the repairs, might not have the same leverage to find the workers to do it. And that's where the town might need to flex a little bit of its muscle just to get this up to standard.
I think
So-
we're in a similar situation though.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
We don't have a staff that can go down there.
But we have relationships with third party, right?
I mean, we do. So
I think more than just like a random person.
I don't know.
It's still,
You'll have to
I
break it
will.
The feedback I've gotten from our staff, even about the Pheno buildings, is this is a big new thing that council is now putting on our plates.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's why at first we were looking to do this work internally. We have found that given the volume and the actual work required in a lot of these units is pretty great, that we are needing to contract them out. We are looking to do a bigger contract to tackle a handful of the units that we now have. We haven't engaged in those contractors, we don't have any contracts signed. Because it is difficult for everyone to get contractors, especially in a time frame that is reasonable. But we have the resources to engage in those contractors, but whether it's easier or more timely, I don't know if I would necessarily define it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because on one hand, basically there's, 3 options for us. No. And then the seller can find someone to sell it to and negotiate the price as low as it needs to go. 2 is we do the work and we sell it to an employee. And 3 is we do the work and put it into a lottery. And I'm not sure, I can be convinced on any of the 3, but if we're going to do the work, I think having it go to a town employee for that extra effort is probably something I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on. But Ashley's had her hand up.
I think, I'm right now sitting here not in favor of us purchasing this. I think that this is part of, the world of this market needing to play itself out. And if this owner, it's not listed as a deed restricted home available for sale, they are probably going to have to figure out what the correct pricing is for that home based on the condition that it's in. That's the reality of being a homeowner and selling and buying real estate. I think that right now with the other properties that we've purchased, it feels like staff resources are getting spread thin, and getting another fixer upper for our staff to take on feels like that's what this would be to me. I'm like, this is the exciting opportunity for a young couple that goes, this is something that is actually attainable at the price that it is. And they can make the decision if they want to put sweat equity into it and DIY their own home, or if they want to, reach out and find contractors. I just feel like this is like the bailout. I feel like we're inserting ourselves into something that it's like, if this is I remember when my parents, bought an old ski rental house in town that needed a lot of work, but they got it at a good price, so they were able to buy it. So it's like, to me, I'm like, this is how people get into the market, and then they make it work, and then it's their asset versus us doing it. I'm not sold on it. So at this point, I'm a no, unless somebody has something really compelling.
I do have a question about if I'm just going to throw out like a hypothetical scenario. So say they negotiated that they're selling this for like 175 because of all the work that it needs. I'm just being extreme. My question is, does that, if they put a bunch of sweat equity into it and fix it up, that original purchase price is still what their maximum sales price is based on, right?
No. So let's say the maximum sales price right now is just the maximum value that the unit can sell for. Let's say the seller identifies a buyer who's interested in the unit. The issues with that unit reduce the sales price by $80,000 just based on not meeting those standards. And I'm just throwing out a number. I don't know what the issues with this unit are. That new purchaser purchases the unit and then puts, let's say, $50,000 of work into the unit, gets those pre-approved as permitted capital improvements. That $50,000 could then be added into their own maximum sales price of the unit. So they have to be pre-approved through SMRHA as permitted capital improvements. But there's a way for them, even though they buy it below that MSP, to bring it up to those standards to back up to the MSP. So they purchase it for a lower price, but then they're able to recover that after the work is completed.
What if they're doing the work themselves though? Like what if it's not getting billed to a subcontractor?
So if they do it themselves, then they get the value, not a market value of the improvements that they're doing necessarily, but more of a reimbursement of their own costs that they're putting in there. They could also submit for reimbursement of the value of the work that they're putting in.
Okay.
So if they are qualified and they do want to submit because they're building new cabinets for it or something, then they could also recover the value of that time that they put into the unit. However, if it's probably going to be unlikely if they're putting their own time into it and not spending $80,000 to bring it back up to MSP, that the future MSP of the unit would be reduced even if it does meet what would be the current standards for the unit. But that just benefits all future purchasers because it means that the MSP has been reduced for everyone.
And just a quick question, can you just remind everyone what the maximum amount of percentage per unit is allowed to be put in as far as increased capital expenses?
I think it's 10%, but I'd have to go back and look at this deed restriction. They could always ask for an exception there, especially if the unit is in such poor condition.
But
Mhm.
yeah, I'm remembering that if it's like something that is absolutely needed, it doesn't count as an improvement. It's just
Mhm.
a maintenance.
just
that
pulling
needs
it
to
back up.
occur. So like, and the amount that they're gonna pay, like, let's say somebody wants to buy the house, they get an inspection. The inspection says, here's a bunch of things that need to be fixed and here's the value of that. That amount gets taken off the maximum sale price. It's not like a negotiation. It's just like, here's how much must be removed from the max sale price. Because we had this issue years and years ago before I was on THA where people were selling a house that needed a ton of work for the maximum sale price without an inspection, and they could because there was such demand and people were overpaying. So now we have it in our policies that you cannot do that without an inspection. So yeah, I feel like letting that process play out makes sense, because I'm worried that everyone is gonna come to us and say, well, it needs a lot of work and no one wants to buy it. So will the town buy it? And it's just gonna be a pattern.
If there is such a big issue with this unit that it has dropped in significant value because it's not meeting those MSP standards, we'll make sure that when this unit does sell, if there's an exception needed to say the PCI, the permitted capital improvement limits, prior to the new deed restriction being signed, that's something that we can help advise the buyer on and make sure that there aren't any hurdles for them being able to complete that work. That might be something that the THA subcommittee could see.
And is there any value in, using the Great Olfino building that we might really be saddling a buyer with a big project? And if we trust our staff to negotiate a deal they consider to be a good deal, and we get to resell it to an employee to work on our goals, we're not overpaying for it? I mean,
Something to be said for the fact that we have 3 staff that have expressed interest in this
Absolutely.
unit. And I think like we need to be mindful of that as, as a consideration when we're making this decision. And we've had other units where there hasn't been staff interest, but if we have 3 staff members that are interested potentially in this unit, I think that's something that we need to weigh in this decision.
But
Yeah,
if
this-
they're interested, why don't they apply to buy it?
And
They don't need to go through us.
They could
Yeah.
also
I
make
think-
an offer.
I agree that that's the confusing part of this, that if there's interest, why don't we just put them in contact with the
Well,
person selling it?
But I feel like that's the whole problem is the person selling it has not made any effort beyond, it sounds like maybe talking to some people to let the broader public know that this property is available. It needs some work. You could get a deal. I don't know.
Right. And maybe the hope of the seller was that we just say, yeah, we have an appetite to buy it and here's the maximum price. And that was the try. But if we go and say, okay, well, we're not going to, I don't know what the appropriate avenues are for the process for the town to look at a unit like this, but maybe it's something that we can look at and analyze without contracting it. And if the seller sells it to somebody else, great. But if they don't, then we might have a great opportunity to get a unit at a lower cost. I know it sucks for staff that they might have to do some work on it. And then we get one of our 3 employees that have expressed an interest to buy it. I don't want to lose that opportunity, but if the seller thinks they can sell it to close or at the max, we're not going to buy it. But we might buy it at a lower price, and I'd like to give staff flexibility for that.
I think 2 comments. So for the Pheno unit, the biggest hurdle, unlike this unit, that yes, these were in tough, well, one in particular was in rough condition. The biggest hurdle was the special assessments and the way that the HOA documents were created to make it very difficult for the deed restricted units to participate in those special assessments. So this isn't completely in that category. I think with all the feedback and still aligning with staff interest, I think we could talk with the seller, also put them in touch with the staff that might be interested, who can then get it at a lower price. If the hurdles are in fact that that there are other hurdles that we can work through in the detail of that process, we always have the opportunity to bring it back with more of that information for town to purchase. So we can provide those avenues, those more natural avenues for the sale of this purchase first and foremost, and still maybe staff can take advantage of that. And if there are more information that comes out of it, we can bring it back to council for another try.
And before we wrap this up, is there anybody online with public comment, Tiffany?
See any hands raised?
Yeah, it's a little disappointing that the seller isn't here to state their case. For me, I think I'm good either way, you know. To me, it's, is there a value in us giving staff the power to purchase this at a lower price so we can definitely put a staff member in it? Or is there better value to just let it go? I mean, you know, I'd look at a motion either way. My theory is, if we don't have that opposition from the town from our town constituents that think we're gobbling up units and we can get one that no one else wants, that maybe there's an advantage to that to chip away at our goal. You know, if we don't want to deal with doing the work on it and being the intermediary, I'm fine with that too. So, I mean, maybe it's at the point, unless there's other thoughts, that there's a motion and we just vote one way or the other and there you go. And the motion would probably be to deny purchasing or purchase at a lower price based on staff advisement below the max. I mean, Kevin, is that legit?
I mean, the resolution right now, the way it's drafted, it gives you the authority to go up to that, but it also gives the authority for the town attorney to make modifications to the contract at what I would perceive as a lower price. So yeah, I think it's already in there.
Okay, great. So it's just buy it or not. Okay. Unless there's any further discussion from staff or council, I would entertain a motion. Don't all jump up at once.
I move to deny a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 1001 East Colorado Avenue, Wilkin Court, Colorado Ave, Unit M, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
We have a motion on the table from Ashley. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second from Geneva. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and no.
Teddy, no. It passes 4 votes to 2 to deny purchase.
We will put those employees in contact with the seller. And it's possible that there could be just a normal sale that occurs of this unit at a reduced price here in the next few months. If for some reason there isn't a sale that's able to occur, then we will bring this back to you here in the next few months if another request is made
And
with more information.
And as council, especially the voters who, the 4 voters who denied this to vote yes, are you okay with giving Ally or staff the ability to tell the seller that we may revisit it down the road if it's still available?
Yeah.
Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Well, and please encourage them to list it.
Yeah.
Anyone who's
Yeah.
listening on the radio, call the SMRHA and ask to be put in touch with this person.
Yeah, I mean,
It seems crazy that nothing.
It seems crazy to me that this is not being, even if it needs work, like I said, it's your foot in the door. So I hope that the 3 town staff members that express interest go for it.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, Ally, thank you so much. Zoe, thank you so much. That brings us to agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority today. That brings us to agenda item 10, Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to move out of town council and into the Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And Teddy, yes. We are passing it over to Geneva.
Great. Just in time for my internet to slow down while I open the.
Always work.
One moment, please. I'm getting the wheel of death.
Be a hard copy agenda on your.
You're so great.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could conduct
We're
business
gonna
even in a
call to
power.
order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, October 29th, 2024 at 3 p.m. We are in Rebecca Hall as well as hybrid on Zoom. Here present in council chambers, we have Ellen 11, Jesse Ray Arguelles, Teddy Erico, me and Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, and me, Geneva Shawnette. And we will start with number 1, approval of minutes. Did anybody have any comments on the minutes?
I have no comments, but I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, great. We have a motion from Teddy. Do I have a second? Second. All right. Motion from Teddy, second from Jessie Ray. How do you vote?
Teddy votes yes.
Jessie Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes. Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. So minutes are approved 6-0. We have no action items today. We are just continuing our discussion of the new rental housing policies, which are under 3 new business. A, discussion of rental housing policies, and Allie Slayton will help us out with this ongoing discussion.
Yes, thank you very much. Just as a note, you'll see that Delaney's not next to me today, and when she has through the past few meetings, she is on vacation this week. I believe she's online. If you do have any questions for her, it would be best that you ask those towards the beginning of the presentation, as I think she is trying to head out to enjoy her vacation. But I do think that the item today might take up less time than it has in the past, as we are at the finish line just about for these policies after many months of debate. The big thing that we do need to discuss today, though, is of course implementation of these policies, which is a huge piece of this and will be very impactful upon the current tenants. Just how we're going to ease into these policies that you have established here over the last few months. So the policies that I have attached to the memo in the THA packet are for the most part done. So there are no more notes that I have for you to discuss. But of course, if there is anything that you think needs further discussion, now is the time. Under the timeline that I've put in the staff memo, which I have updated after each meeting, I do have us as adopting this on 1 reading at the next meeting. But if that does need to be pushed back further because there are additional issues that we need to discuss after today, we can certainly do that. But the implementation plan that I have put together with Delaney does anticipate a 2-year implementation, 6 months for the most part, 6 months to a year for qualification, with a 2-year step out for rent. And I know that you did discuss this rent implementation briefly at your last budget meeting last Thursday. There wasn't much discussion that occurred. So these recommendations that are being made in this staff memo are really just taking those recommendations from the budget meeting and putting them in here with just a few more examples of what that rollout would look like. The tiers that you set at the last meeting, as well as the ranges of what each tier would represent. So we have tiers A through J, representing, I believe, 45% AMI up to 240% AMI. We have incorporated all of the comments that you had about deductions to income. So I don't think there's anything else further that I need to talk about as far as new business goes for these policies. But of course, if there's anything you would like to revisit, happy to answer those questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Allie. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the implementation plan? I was asking if if anybody up here, excuse me, the THA board has any comments or questions for Allie about the implementation of this new program. And Elena looked like she wanted to say something.
Well, I had a comment, but it wasn't about implementation.
Okay. Well, the first question was implementation. So does anybody have anything on that before we move on to whatever Elena wants to bring up?
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I feel like I'm the squeakiest.
That's
person up
it's
here.
good to be speaking.
But the one thing that, sometimes we get bogged down in some of our conversations here, and I've had this note on my notes for a while and then haven't brought it up again. But the one thing that I feel like we haven't really addressed is the situation that was brought up of a 1-bedroom apartment, one person living in their apartment, a partner moving in, and their rent doubling, when it is a more efficient use of our housing. And, usually 2 people moving into a 1-bedroom together is with the hope of saving money. And that was something, we got some public comment about that situation specifically. And that is something that I feel like we kind of brushed past and didn't really address. And that's one of the things that is still every time I put it on my notes and then I don't always get a chance to bring it up. And just before we hit the finish line with these, I thought it was worth bringing that back to the surface, because I do feel like maybe there's some kind of efficiency discount, 2 people in a 2-bedroom, different situation, 2 people in a 1-bedroom, 2 people in a tiny home. Is that something where we feel like that should automatically double their rent? Or do we want to have a policy that kind of incentivizes more efficient use of housing for like couples?
So I definitely want to hear the discussion about this. This is where Delaney might be helpful. So I hope she's online. But before you discuss this, I do just want to clarify that rent would not necessarily double in that situation.
That was an
Yeah.
exaggeration, but you know.
It would go up. Yeah, and Delaney would be able to provide those real life examples of what, say, a $40,000 per one person household versus an $80,000 two-person household in a one-bedroom would be paying in each one of those situations. I just wanted to make sure before you jumped in the discussion that it's not necessarily doubling just because occupancy or necessarily income is doubling.
How is it not?
So
I know that their AMI bracket will change, but it's still a percentage of income.
30%.
It is. So it's because they'll be placed in a different tier. So it's not necessarily linear. So the income will go up for the household, presumably as you increase the number of adults that are earning money in the household. But depending on what those incomes are and the ultimate income is, they could reduce in tier. They might increase in tier. But just so if you have one person earning $90,000 in a one bedroom, and then they add one person who's earning $30,000, then you might not necessarily be in that same tier. And this is again where a real life example might be very helpful. And I'm trying to do this on the fly, but it doesn't necessarily double.
I'm not talking about the 30. I'm talking about if I make 90,000 and my spouse makes, or my partner makes 90,000, we move in together. Now we're at 180,000. It may not be exactly double, but it's going to be proportionate within that 30%. We might be at the beginning of a tier or the end of a tier, but we're not going to go from my singular rent is $1,500 a month in a one bedroom to now me and my partner are sharing $1,500 a month in any situation.
The rent would go up.
Similar
Yes.
incomes.
Well, and I guess my whole thing this whole time has been the tier that you're in is kind of arbitrary when it's a percentage of income. So like whether it's tier D or tier J, it's still 30% of your combined income minus deductions. I get that the deductions change that equation a little bit, but.
And that when you are at the end of a tier, you're not paying that full 30, it's reduced.
Right. But I think
shakes out a little.
But like effectively taking instead of the, 30-ish% of one person's income, now it's the same 30-ish% of two people's income, when in reality, they're actually using our housing more efficiently and making their housing situation a little bit tighter because they're moving in together. I just think that feels like a circumstance where I would want to like encourage that type of efficiency. And I don't know. And I don't know if this is like contrary to the rest of our guidelines, but it's something that's come up a lot just in my discussions with people around town. There's like one person in particular who gave us public comment who I know pretty well. And other people are like, well, what about their situation? And I feel like it's something that we didn't really fully talk about. So yeah, just like before we hit the end point of these, I at least want to be able to say that we hashed it out.
And I think that also then brings in the conversation about those deductions, because if we are going to make an accommodation for that efficiency, does it make sense then to give them the full benefit of what we would be giving another set of two people living in the same unit or a similar unit? Do we give them the same number of deductions? Because if the reason is that they're going to be trying to save money for a house or retirement or childcare or whatever it could potentially be, whatever we've allowed, does it make sense to allow them a less expensive rent as well as the full breadth of those deductions? Or do we reduce the deductions also proportionally if we're reducing the rent to a lower rate as opposed to it being 30% of
I don't think we have to reduce anything, because if two people wanted to share a room for cost savings that are not partners, that don't have the intention of saving money to purchase a house together or anything like that. They're just like, hey, if we're roomies, we can get, our rent is not going to be just each of us paying the same amount as if we had our own rooms. There's also an incentive to utilize the rooms more efficiently, especially because that it costs us so much money for every bedroom that we have to build. So I don't see why we wouldn't encourage people to double up in the rooms.
Well, that goes against the entire changing of our policies, which was we had 3-bedroom units with 3 or 4 people whose income was vastly, outside of the boundaries of our rules. So the example that you just gave of 2 people trying to get efficiencies of moving in together in a 1-bedroom and they each make $90,000. Now we're talking about a 2-person household between 200 and 220% AMI, and they can afford free market.
But they're living in.
Wait, can we use an example of they each make $40,000?
Most of them make $20,000.
No, hold on.
Certainly not the case.
So we're gonna just keep the conversation up
That's
here
not the
right now.
case. Most people who are living in Shandoka are making far more than, or making more than 100% AMI, which is around $76,000 per person.
Delaney is on the call. If we
Oh,
have
let's
any
hear from
questions
Delaney.
For her.
We'll get to public comment in a minute where we're gonna negotiate this up here, and then we absolutely would love to hear from you. But let's hear from Delaney first.
Hi. There I am. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So based on the comments and clues, you're speaking about one particular household, and I know exactly which household you're speaking about. Unless you want to go backwards and sorry, I'm going to just be very frank. If you want to go and have the household discussion yet again, we can go into that. I thought we had gotten past that. What you're all talking about individually is pretty hypothetical because yes, the deductions come into play. If there's 2 people in a household that make $40,000, their rent's not going to double. I'm not really sure exactly what the question is, but theoretically, if you've got 2 people in a household and both of their incomes are being counted, regardless if one is 20,000 and one's 100,000 or whatever that looks like, yes, it is based on their household income. The only people that we have seen thus far whose rents will actually double or more are households which are exceeding 180% AMI. And there's only, sorry, I don't have that sheet in front of me, but that's only 5. It was in the last packet from last week. I think it's 5 households. So if you have a very specific question about what this looks like, I'd be happy to do my best to answer it. But I think that this comment was precipitated by a single individual household and not the overall program.
I guess my specific comment is like, what would the rent difference, and maybe I don't have the table pulled up, but what would the rent difference be between a 2-person household, whatever income bracket we want to put it at, but a 2-person household in a 1-bedroom versus a 2-person household in a 2-bedroom? Like, is there a savings if they choose to live in a 1-bedroom instead of the 1 person per bedroom and a couple in a 2-bedroom?
Yes, there is, because every 1-bedroom or studio or tiny home, the target rent is based on a 1-person household. 2-bedroom units are based on a 2-person household, etc. 3-bedroom for 3 people. So yes, if 2 people chose to live in a 1-bedroom studio or tiny home, their rent would be less than it would be in a 2-bedroom, just because of the base rent calculation.
Do you have numbers to compare just so I can understand what that would look like?
Those should be on the charts of right? Wouldn't those be in our most recent packet of what rents are for each size unit in each project and what they would
Definitely
go
had that
to?
part of the
Over the last packet.
last packet.
The last
Yeah,
packet?
Can I have it pulled up?
Last 3 packets, I think.
Yeah. And just to throw it out there, if anybody was making, if it was if a person's making $40,000 a year, that is between 45 and 60% AMI, and those households will be seeing a rent decrease if we put these policies into play. So this is not an across the board, everybody's rent is going up. This is rent is commensurate with people's income in an appropriate level.
This is it.
That makes sense.
The different rents for the different.
Some people's rent's going down, 40%, I think, of people's rent will go down.
1%.
Some people's rent will stay the same and some people's rent will go up,
Right. So
depending on their situation.
I'm trying to pull that packet up from the last meeting, but it is not cooperating.
So I think I have one of these charts pulled up from the last packet. And just to give an example, if you are in tier C, which I think most people will probably fall into, and you choose a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom, your household rent, whether you are an individual or 2 people living in that unit making income, would be $1,381. If you were in tier C and living in a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, your rent would be $1,532 a month. So there is a difference between how much rent you would be paying.
Again, I was looking at the table and I wasn't interested.
So if you are in tier C at Shandoka, and these are just proposed off of the last table, this is the 27% rent target. I believe these are still the most current numbers. If you're in tier C at Shandoka and you choose a 1-bedroom, your rent would be $1,381. If you choose a 2-bedroom, assuming you meet the household minimum, your income would be $1,532.
So $150 difference.
I think that's where like that, I don't know, does anyone else?
Well, I'm
see
just doing this real fast.
The situation.
So if you're a 2-bedroom, 1-bath in Shandoka and you're tier E, I'm just doing it if you have 2 people that are that make 90% AMI individually, which is $69,000 each. So me and a partner each make $69,000 a piece. If I live in a 1-bedroom in Shandoka by myself, if I live in a studio in Shandoka by myself, I'm in tier C, then I pay $1,581. Hold on, sir, let me finish. And then 40%, if we do 2 people that are $69,000 a year, our combined incomes would put us at $138,000, which is tier E. So if we're tier E in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath in Shandoka, then we're going to be $2,631. Divided that by 2. So you're $1,315 per person if you're moving into the 2-bedroom. Sorry. And then if you stayed in the 1-bedroom with that same AMI with the new combined 140, then you're going to be in a studio at the E for 23. So you're $200 difference. It's $200 more, or sorry, $300 more expensive for you guys to move into a 2-bedroom versus if you live in the studio, you save $300. So I guess that's the thing is it's like they are occupying 1 bedroom and the reduction in the price versus them being in a 2-bedroom is only $300 per month.
But I think the other side of it too is this concept that we have a finite amount of housing and we have a significantly larger population that needs housing at those proportionate scales. And so from my perspective, if people decide that they would rather move to the free market to have a larger place, that's a good thing because then that 1-bedroom could serve that one individual that actually needs that particular unit at the price point at their salary versus trying to accommodate a couple trying to save money for vacation or for whatever else that's not part of these deductions that we are already offering. And I think the one thing that I have sort of been laser focused on this entire process has been that we have a community that is living outside of our deed restricted housing program already that deserves to be housed in it, and we don't have enough units. So if it starts to create the movement in the product that we want to see, where people are actually in the right type of unit for their income, then I think that's a win.
I guess my like, I'm still, like, I think in some of these hypotheticals, we've been like making these hypothetical people earn like high income earners. Like, what if these are two low income earners and who are then creating more housing efficiency by, instead of taking up a 2-bedroom, they're living in a 1-bedroom? Like, do we want to have an incentive for that?
But if they're doing that, their rent is likely not going to be going up that much, because it already gets a bump when they become a 2-person household. The max goes up. Like, if people aren't making a lot of money, according to the AMI scale spread that we have and the data that we have, they're not seeing large rent increases. And some rent increase when somebody moves in, when a couple move in together. I can see how that is frustrating. I don't think that our program is going to be 3 thumbs up for every single family or every single household that is in our program, but our goal is to make the most equitable program that works for the most amount of people. And I'm, you know, I wish that there was better communication to the public that this is going to be, that we recognize that people are really struggling in some of our units, and that the part of the goal of this is to be more equitable and fair, and lowering rent for people who are making less money and having people who are making more money pay their fair share.
And still be subsidized.
I still think that I think that the tiered strategy would still accomplish that. I guess the part that I struggle with is it seems like that same unit is going to go from $1,500 a month with a single person in it to $2,300 a month with 2 people in it. It seems like there is a middle ground there where it doesn't need to be that high because they're only taking up 1 room. That's just my thing, is it's like, I think there 100% can be an
Way of
increase.
solving that, if we're really just talking about like, if income wise, they still fit within that household size, and they could still qualify, but because 2 people are sharing a room, they get some kind of discount.
But I guess the question then goes back to, like, is there anybody else on that wait list that should be a single person in that unit at that price point? And that's where we just have to look at the totality of the program versus each individual person, because I tend to doubt in the next 5 years that we're going to say there's not somebody that needs a single room, 1-bedroom unit at whatever, $1,581, that we should say that a couple should move in and they should have a discount for a reason that's not retirement, that's not school, that's not childcare, that's not saving for a house. Like, there's no good reason to make a lifestyle determination for somebody when we have so much need right now.
I guess for me, is it frees up a bedroom.
Yeah.
Because for $150 more, they could qualify for a 2-bedroom.
And they
But
have
if they're
every right to take it.
incentivized to be in a 1-bedroom because there's like some kind of efficiency discount, then that 2-bedroom's available for 2 individuals who need the housing,
Or
you know,
3,
or
rather than
or a
2
family
that are living.
So that's
in
where
one.
like I hear what
But
you're
are
saying.
they moving from is that 2-bedroom even available? Or is that person moving from free market into our program? I mean,
They still have to qualify. So if they're moving from free market into our, like, I think
but that's
in
my,
this
but that's my
hypothetical,
point.
I want to like erase the fact that these are like people who are making a ton of money. Like, maybe they are not making that much money and they are the right fit for our housing program. And is there an incentive for them to be housed in a more efficient way, because going into 2-bedroom, it's not that much more money. So like, why, like, I think it's a good thing that couples might want to be in a smaller unit and take up 1 bedroom instead of having an extra room. I know situations where it's like that too, that a couple lives in a 2-bedroom deed restricted housing unit, and that other room is an office or a guest room. Like, that's a real thing that happens. So is it like, do we want to incentivize that efficiency? Because for $150 more, you could have a home office or like a hobby room.
Or a place
deed
for your
restricted.
friends to come and stay with you.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's where
it's-
like, I can see where it actually benefits the system to have an incentive to have people housed in smaller units who might qualify for bigger ones, because the price difference, as Ally pointed out, isn't that much. I also think in that situation, oh, actually, I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Lainey's got her hand up. I wonder if she's got something to throw in here for us.
I was just going to say that we are currently using other tools to help with these situations, because again, I believe from what I'm hearing that this is about a very specific apartment and a very specific household.
I don't know who it is.
We have
Yeah, I
tools
think
that were,
it's broad.
I'm not
wanna-
talking about one
yeah,
person.
I feel like that brought it up, but I think this could apply to a lot of people.
we are using tools currently such as 6-month leases. If people are telling us that they are expecting some kind of a hardship, or I don't know what else to call it, going into the future, so that they're not locked in at these higher prices for going forward. And I think that I had an idea, and then I waited a while for my hand to be seen. So now I'm sort of struggling with my thought I had. It's ultimately up to you to go into this discussion again, and staff will do everything we can to accommodate the direction that we are given. If we are going to create an incentive program for households, please just ensure that it is across the board for every type of household, whether it's an individual, a couple, a family, 3 unrelated roommates. That's what my thought was. Sorry, it just popped in when I said that. So a real life example for cost savings for a household is that we have a 3-person roommate household. They were given 4 different options of how to approach their future. And in the end, it made the most sense for them to stay in the 3-bedroom that they currently have, knowing what their rent would go up to, because ultimately their rent is less expensive in the 3-bedroom unit than it would have been if they were to split up into 2 separate units. So I think the various permutations of how these household makeups might go into the future have a way of correcting themselves. And the other piece to remember is that, and this came up, is that the deductions. Right now, we don't have any means for applying deductions beyond what you all have directed us to do, which is mimic the deed restricted guidelines and allow a $10,000 deduction per household. Once the policies go forward, if you continue on the same vein with your direction for deductions, that's also going to benefit some of the households that you're describing to a higher extent. I just wanted to remind you of that part. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Teddy.
I know it might be minimal and it's tough to quantify. There is a wear and tear cost on 2 people in a smaller unit. So something for us to consider. And the hardest thing is, and I agree with me, and her original thought is that, there'd be so many examples of adjusting so many people's rent in these circumstances. It makes it tough. There has to be kind of this, we kind of created this holistic mentality of, some people will have to pay more, which is less of a subsidy, to help people who are struggling to pay less. And that's part of the trade-off that we have in this. And it makes it tougher, because I understand we open up bedrooms. And there's other things to it, but you know, it's going to be hard to really narrow down the focus on these kind of things, I think. I mean, is there a way for us to set policies and keep looking at it to make adjustments in the future so it becomes better and gives us more time to look at incentive programs and make sure they follow fair housing and do things like that and not shut the door on those kind of things, but move it forward because it will help. There are people, lots of people who will get rent reductions with this. And if we have to revisit the whole thing, it may be a challenge.
I'm not, I'm in favor of the rent tiers. That's not what I'm bringing up here. I'm bringing up if people are living over the minimum household requirement, is that something we can incentivize, like a more efficient use of our housing? Because I'm totally on board with the, kind of sliding scale rent system that we've been talking about. But this is like a situation where if people are able to use our housing more efficiently, and maybe it's, 3 people in a 2-bedroom, like it doesn't have to just be a couple, like a single couple. But I think it is worth kind of talking about if there should be an incentive there to use our housing more efficiently to get a higher density of people in there.
Please let me go.
Ashley is ready.
Okay. I'm going to propose something that's super, super, super simple. I'm going to propose that in our studio and 1-bedroom units only, if you do a double occupancy in those, you get an efficiency reduction of 15% off of whatever your rent would be. And that's it. For studios and 1-bedroom apartments, you get an efficiency to have 2 people in there. It doesn't matter if you're married, doesn't matter if you're not, doesn't matter if you're friends, doesn't matter if you're strangers. If you want to put 2 people in either a studio or a 1-bedroom, then whatever rent yours would be with your incomes, whatever that is, you get an efficiency reduction of 15% off of your rent.
And then you also can take the deductions for 2 people. So then you can also reduce your household income by $30,000.
That's only if you have
Get
the
down to
rent.
whatever
If you do it.
I'm just saying, like, but that is allowable. So I think the
Yeah.
question is then, if you're gonna do that, then is that reduced? I mean, and I think I'm just gonna go back to like what I keep saying. There are so many people who are paying 50, 60% of their rent, of their income right now, 70% of their income right now, because they are being forced to live in the free market. I want to see movement and I want to see the appropriate people in these housing projects. That is really, really important. Like when we have.
But not everyone that's going to do this is going to be outside of this group that we're trying to help.
No, I understand that, but my point is that if we're gonna give yet another, I mean, we are just deducting and deducting and deducting off of all of these rents. So if we're gonna do that, if I would be open to that, but they have to, then they don't get the maximum, then we reduce their deduction levels as well. Because if you're saying like they're making $40,000 each, they're not gonna actually take that maximum, then it doesn't matter, right? But I think what we need to say, we just need to cut it at some point. And then we reevaluate these every 2 years.
I feel like I gave a very clear.
I think that Ashley made a good suggestion. I think that what Ellen is bringing up makes sense to consider. And I think that it would be beneficial for us to run some scenarios of these potentially. And maybe the answer is there's a choice. You can either take your deductions, your 15K per person deductions, or you can take this 15% of the total rent deduction. I think that the 15K is going to be.
Can I, Delaney does need to leave. So if we have any last comments, Delaney, or questions, and then I can jump in. I think from a deduction standpoint, from a modeling, we already have seen the impacts of deductions on the rent. They have the biggest impact on that projected revenue. So if it is an additional deductions, we can run the numbers, but I think it will simply just show that volatility in that revenue. Too, I just want to remind everyone of the previous conversations on right sizing of the household and the incentive there. A household, the people that are considered part of the household are very specific to age groups or types of people. So families that are taking up the larger units, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, they aren't facing the same issues of if it's a 3 adult or a 4 adult or so on and so forth. So again, it was finding more of those options for the people that had the options and allowing those larger units for those families to consider. So I'm just reminding of that point of where we got led into that discussion.
Nestle, is that why your point is to keep it just at the studios and 1 bedrooms because of the families? Because
I think
there's the thought of having any size unit, you can get a 15% discount if you're going to put 2 kids in 1 bedroom, for
Yeah,
example.
I think the idea was so that when you had two income producing adults that wanted to move in together, that they weren't going to just see a really huge increase to where there wasn't any incentive for them to take up just 1 bedroom versus them getting a 2 bedroom. That's my whole thing is it's like, if you're willing to live as a couple in a 1 bedroom or studio, that should be incentivized over living in a 2 bedroom where the 2 of you are in a room together and then you have an empty bedroom.
But what if like just 2 people that aren't a couple say, we're good sharing a bedroom?
Of course, I think
and
that
it-
is
and it's-
amazing. Let's
It's
bet it up.
Housing
Do
more
it.
people with less resources.
Absolutely. They should get a
That's
reduction,
where I think this is a
100%.
good thing. And so I'm surprised that there's pushback on this because I think if we can house twice the people in half the bedrooms, like that feels like a win-win.
Yeah, if you have 2 single guys that want to be
Rent's going up,
bunkies,
the
Great.
revenue's going up anyway because their rent's gonna
Or-
go up because there's more income. So inevitably, that single 1 bedroom unit is gonna be pulling in more revenue because now 2 income earners are factored in.
15% off of this. would
So
still be
like, there's a
$2,000.
potential that it could actually bring in more revenue, not less. So do you see where, like, the
Yeah,
math
no.
that I'm mathing?
Yes.
I get it.
I'm with-
Is it, do we make it across the board for all the properties at any
No, I
size?
like
then?
think for right now it's studios and 1 bedroom.
Bedroom, I think it addresses what we're concerned about.
I like Geneva's idea that you get a choice between taking that 15% reduction or the deductions that we've already discussed. Like, I think.
That feels like a compromise I could get on board with.
I'm fine with that as
I can-
well.
But do we still want to do just the studios and 1 bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can you repeat that just so we have clarity? Alan?
Yes, so what I heard was that we want to implement an efficiency discount to be applied for studios and 1 bedrooms only. Those households that do choose to do,
Yeah, or tiny home.
or tiny homes, okay. Those households that do want to take advantage of the efficiency discount have the option of either reducing their rent by 15% or taking their deductions, but they don't get to do both. So they get to choose whichever one benefits their household the most, their chosen household. My one concern here, and something I am going to want to look into more, I just want to make sure that this would pass muster under Fair Housing Act. I have a slight concern that there might be a disparate impact of this on families, but I'll look into that before I bring this back to you at the next meeting.
And do we think 15% is the number? Do we want staff to look at it
I think we should
percentage?
look at different numbers because that I did like quick math, but I don't totally know how that would play out. And because we're trying to get this right, I think it would be good to just like look at a little table of what different reductions would look like and what feels like a good
Why
incentive.
don't we circle, why don't
Do
you?
you
and I
think
circle
that's
up with
too-
Matt to look at it?
Do you think that it's too much or too little at 15?
I would have to play with the numbers.
Yeah, I don't-
just
I
right
don't
off
know
the top
either.
of my head. I don't know if I could.
And I think we'd have to balance it with that deduction potential modeling.
Okay, I ran it a couple times. I ran just a few numbers quickly from my desk here, and I would say 15%, 25 was a lot, like a lot. 20 also felt like a lot. 15 felt when it came up, I was like, oh, that seems like the reasonable number. So I would suggest starting at 15 as your point and then go above and below and see. where you
And
like.
15 and 20?
15, 20, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that feels like good direction from that point. I'm gonna bring up one more item from a public comment that I received, and then we'll open for public comment to people in the room and on Zoom. This was sort of with respect to Sunnyside and sort of how we're treating utilities when I don't know, this might need to be like sort of taking some issue about rent going up at Sunnyside for certain households and needing to pay for electricity and trash and just utilities changing over time. I don't know if that's, are we changing the way we assess utilities over at Sunnyside through this process at all?
So I think I can talk to you about this one. So one thing that did change, these were more just staff cleanup items. But one thing that did change from the last version, I filled in the utility section and the qualification section for each property. So this is the different parts of the policies. What you're talking about specifically, Geneva, is on page 45 of 58 of this packet. And we're talking about electricity. And this electric policy only just, it basically puts down in writing in these policies what the current situation is. So at Sunnyside, what I understand from Delaney is that the town actually pays the bill for all tenants for electricity. We just then pass on, I believe it's 75% of that to each tenant, which we collect along with rent. And then THD is responsible for the remaining 25%, which is the direction that was given when Sunnyside was first implemented a couple of years ago.
And that's different from our other units, how?
So all of the other properties, everyone except for boarding house, of course, because boarding house is very different. All other properties, tenants pay for their own electricity 100%. The reason we did this at Sunnyside is because there is a credit that's given from SAMPA, because we do have those solar credits there at that property. We also just wanted to subsidize that property a little bit further when that direction was given to implement rental policies for Sunnyside a couple of years ago. But Sunnyside is the only one that operates like this. At all other properties, tenants are 100% responsible for their own electric. They have to put it in their names. And if they don't, there is an administration fee that's added in addition to being billed each month by THD for that electric usage.
Okay. And then what about dumpsters and garbage cans at Sunnyside?
So at Sunnyside, and again, this is, I talked with Delaney about all of this, but she can chime in if she needs to correct me on anything. At Sunnyside, we do provide on-site dumpsters for that property, and it's the landlord's cost. It's just part of our operating cost. If individual units, say the 3 bedrooms that are all just the townhomes, if they want their own individual trash service, they want a polycart outside their garage door for ease of use, they're welcome to do that, but they're going to do that at their own cost. If they don't want to pay additional for trash, then they just need to use the on-site dumpsters.
So I think the feedback that I was getting is that the dumpsters are always full and we need to pay for more frequent pickups because there's not enough capacity for everyone, but I don't know that that's,
That's not a cost. That's a cost that would be put into our operating budget, which could potentially affect suggested rents in the future, but that's not the cycle that we have set up now for how we set rents. So I don't think that's probably more of just, that's more of an administrative operational issue. It's not something that's being reflected in these policies or changing for that matter.
Okay.
Delaney has her hand up.
Go ahead, Delaney.
So just to clarify it a bit more, currently at Sunnyside, for whatever reason, tenants were always supposed to pay 75% of their water, sewer, trash, but trash was never included. If we do need additional pickups, it will still be less expensive for us to do that than to have the individual receptacles at all of the units. That gets quite expensive when there's multiple units. And shameless plug, if people would stop putting mattresses and excessive things in the dumpsters at certain properties, we would probably be okay with the number of pickups that we have. But thank you, Allie, for explaining that. We're just trying to have equity amongst all of our properties with the way these are approached.
Okay. Well, I think that this sounds like this comment and the conversation surrounding it is more an operations thing. And I think that we all agree that we should revisit maintenance operations stuff at all of our units and step our service level up for that. So very appreciative for that public comment. Does anybody else want to add anything before we open the floor? No? Okay, we'll open public comment. If you'd like to make a comment, please step up to the microphone and introduce yourself. If you'd like. Yes, anybody in the room or on Zoom who would like to make a comment about these policies. We'll limit to 3 minutes and thanks for participating.
Greg, if you could just speak into the microphone.
Yeah, pull this one.
I'd like to hear what the people that actually live in subsidized housing, what we have to endure down there. Most of us are being intimidated, treated less than we're human, and like we're not even human beings. I don't have enough food to eat. They're gonna force me out of my home because I'm disabled. They're weaponizing my disability and that I'm ill against me. They're trying to force me out of my apartment that I've lived in over 30-something years. I worked up on this mountain, lift 6 for a decade and a half and went up there to 11,000 feet, and my lift was over 12,000 feet where I work. I see somebody sitting there eating food. I don't even have food. I have no food in my refrigerator when I have not eaten a thing today. I'm lucky if I have one meal a day. Some days, no meals. You people are clueless. You don't live in the I don't see one person here that lives in public housing. So how are you making all these rules for people? They're gonna force me out of my apartment. My ceiling has leaked for 30 years. Now they're all of a sudden, it's a big emergency. They don't even want to give me notice. How am I supposed to move when I'm barely I've been worried that I'm gonna die. You know what that feels like? My service dog died. They weaponized that against me. They got a hold of my service dog, and all they wanted to do is figure out how they could use that against me. Allie will tell you, they brought me into court over my service dog. She was at the end of her life. Did anybody follow up after that to see if I needed help or that dog needed medical attention or food? Nobody cared. Nobody cares. You have no idea what people are suffering down there. And most of the people that are putting mattresses and things that shouldn't be in all that stuff, it's because they're not used to living in a place like this. Where they come from, that's how they do things. Those are all my neighbors. There's very few of us left. You all say that you want to make it easier for people that have been here and have contributed. No, you're forcing people out of town because they're being intimidated. They're being priced out. It'll become like Aspen or Vail where nobody can live there that's a working person. And it's already that way. The buses come in from 150 miles away down in the Navajo Nation and stuff to bring workers here. I've contributed to this community. I get kicked. I'm kicked at the end of my life, spit on. Literally, I've been assaulted lately, twice. I've got no, when I know if I call, if I'm assaulted or something happens to me, there's nobody to call because I know if they show up, we've got this guy that we don't like. This is a sad day in Telluride. Really sad. How are they going to force me out of my home and expect me to be able to go to another apartment when I'm having problem walking? My feet are numb right now. I'm laying in a floor because I can't sleep in my own bed. I don't have enough food to eat. I eat one meal a day. I'd like to see any of you people go with one meal a day. I used to be a 130-pound man. I'm down under 110 pounds. That lady that was on there, she's intimidating me. She's called the cops on me recently because the roof leaks for 30 years. Now she's telling me that all of a sudden there's a big emergency. They've known for 30 years that my roof, the roof leaks and it comes down through my ceiling. What about the property that's been damaged? You people are clueless. Go down there and try and live and put up with that. Part of the problem, she doesn't even know her own rules. You can't just tell somebody they've got to move on short notice and expect them to be able to move. From what I'm seeing from the Colorado renters laws, you have to notify somebody by writing and give them 90 days to prepare. I have no problem with getting my apartment back up to code. But if she thinks that I'm not coming back to my apartment after that, because what I've seen from the Colorado renters thing is you have to show that you're going to repair the place, give notice. I'm so upset I can't even make my points. This is a very bad situation. You've got a manager in there that doesn't know what she's doing. And she thinks that she can go around and intimidate people and call the cops on people. I couldn't get up off the floor when she was beating on my door and then called the cops.
Sir, we really want to hear all of what you're going through. I don't know that on the radio at the council meeting right now with your specific situation is the appropriate venue. And I think we've all heard what's going on.
Very appropriate.
We appreciate your feedback and we'll certainly follow up on this situation.
I can hear your tone of voice. Same kind of tone of voice that I get from that management down there. Very superior, but you're speaking to somebody that's a photojournalist, photo editor. I worked up on the mountain. I entertained people here as a DJ. I understand what you're saying, public comment. So.
Okay, thank you. Mark, did you want to step up and offer some comments as well? Either microphone you like.
I'm sorry, that microphone not on yet.
Oh.
I can sit down. Whatever's easy. I think I caught the very end of my earlier.
Sure, if you'd like to elaborate, please.
Of course. So I know that this is gonna kind of fall on deaf ears. I know we're at the end of this process and you all have put so much time and effort into it that it's kind of feels difficult to continue to try, but I'm going to anyway. I think honestly, this whole thing is a disaster. It's going to, like I said, my first time visiting with you guys, it's literally going to be the more money you make, the more money the town takes. And that just as a concept destroys the soul of affordable community, whatever you want to call it, housing. You know, I think the best way to put it is 2 years ago, Sunnyside was built. You know, I got a call 10 days before we could move in. Melanie at the time was the manager and she let me know that we had a spot. And I sat down on my tailgate of my truck after 10 years plus of housing uncertainty and cried. I was like, I finally have a place. I have the relief from the burden of 10 years of uncertainty of a place for my family where we can live. The policies that we're looking at right now undermine all of that. Literally everyone I've spoken with, DOCA, Sunnyside, whatever, everyone feels sick. Worry for the future. Not one person I've spoken with feels that this policy is equitable, sustainable, affordable, fair, or even possible. You know, most of us will be forced to move or forced to consider a different option, you know, whether it's another job, whether it's a job that pays less, because then we can pay less rent. You know, it's just not gonna work. You're talking about hospitality workers, childcare professionals, town employees, you know, people who we're supposed to be helping with affordable housing. This tiered system where the more you make, the more you pay it's not gonna work. You know, the middle class, that sector of people where suddenly we're paying $4,000, $5,000 for a place that yesterday was $2,900 is then nothing changed, nothing got better, nothing was improved. It literally is just, hey, you have more money, so we're taking that from you. You know, that's how this whole tiered thing feels to everyone. I literally sat down this past weekend with everybody that lives at Sunnyside, not everybody, but a large chunk of those folks. And there's not a single person that's like, this is great. This is going to be good for everybody. This is going to help us all. Zero people that live there feel that way. You know, Voodoo isn't full. We know we're celebrating the fact that we're building more housing. That's the goal. That's why you all were voted into office. And that's awesome. We're doing it. We're accomplishing those goals. But affordability should be part of that goal as well. You know, when you're talking about rent going from ridiculous to completely unaffordable, you know, that's what we're talking about. For most of these units, for most of these middle-class families, you know, I realize that some rents will be going down in Shandoka. That's wonderful. You know, catering to those in need there is awesome and should be a goal as well. But for people that are making, you know, a normal Telluride wage, middle-class wise, $70,000 a year for two parents, you know, this is going to be, everyone moves out. Sunnyside's empty too. You know, Voodoo empty, Sunnyside empty, doesn't serve anybody. You know, that's time's up.
Thank you, Mark. My understanding was that many people's rent at Sunnyside was going down. So I'm a little confused. Okay. Is there anybody online who'd like to give comment?
Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. Are there any other sort of, we're here, we've got some time, discussion points on this. Before we're gonna be seeing this as a first reading. We've obviously put a lot of time and taken a lot of input to get to this point. Any final thoughts before we move on?
I just want to say out loud and remind the listening public that we are reworking these policies to make it so that families and individuals can stay in our housing program longer, even when they grow out of the original income targets that the housing was built for. Because I think that sometimes is being forgotten from this conversation, that, you know, we're doing this so that we have an option different than telling people they no longer qualify and telling them to find different housing. It's in order to make it so that they have more options and more housing stability. Yeah, and I feel like that is getting a little lost. Our housing policies haven't always been enforced as they were written, and that's led to people benefiting from being able to stay in housing designed for lower incomes than they have been living at. And we're kind of trying to correct that lack of enforcement and make policies that are actually able to fit and accommodate people who are in that housing. So just saying that out loud, I hope people are listening.
Okay. Allie, was there anything else that you wanted to address today?
No, I don't believe today. I just wanted to confirm that you would like to move forward with a resolution at the next meeting to adopt these policies. The reason I ask is because staff, even after adoption of these policies, we have a lot of work to do to get applications, qualification forms in place, and then, of course, a lot of education to do with mostly current households as to how these changes are going to impact them and what they would like to do about that, but also new applicant households as well. So if we are going to be pushing back that adoption, I would just like to know now so that we can adjust our own internal timeline.
Ready? Okay.
Okay, then I've got the changes. There were, you might have noticed, just a very few minor things that still need to be included in the policies. Fees and fines, I still need to discuss with Delaney. Unit inventory, we're going to triple check that. And then I caught a couple of mistakes with respect to AMI numbers since we did add that tier J at the last meeting. But the only change that appears is going to come out of this meeting is adding in that efficiency discount. So I will come forward at the next meeting with proposed language for that. And then we can potentially get this adopted at the next meeting for implementation starting at the beginning of 2025.
Okay, and Kevin, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just thought you might want to go over with THA, the implementation process on this. My understanding, there was discussion about an ordinance. This is just a resolution, right?
This would just be
dis-
one
yeah,
resolution.
one discussion.
Mhm.
So you could actually approve it on the 19th.
Yes, so this would be the idea, and I believe this is explained in the staff memo portion of the packet where we do talk a little bit about implementation and give a narrative there. And the idea is that while these will be effective upon adoption, we won't begin enforcing these until January 1st, which is when we will have all documents in place. Between that November 19th date and January 1st is when we will, again, just be earnestly educating people on what's going to be coming starting January 1st and preparing them, for those changes, letting them know as their household stands, what kind of rent they could be paying, what qualification standards might be changing for them. And again, as we've stated kind of throughout this, and the whole impetus for this is that we did not want to initiate a whole bunch of eviction actions. That is not what we wanted to do. We did not want to non-renew a bunch of current tenants. The whole goal of these policies is that we are changing the policies to accommodate our current tenants and allow them to stay where they are. So there might be some pushback during this education process, but I'm hoping, and I think Delaney's hoping too, that after sitting down with individual households and explaining to them what the actual changes are, they're going to say, oh, that's it. That's all that it is. And actually, I'm going to be paying less. And I think that is probably what's going to happen with a lot of households, but that will be seen in that kind of 6-week period where we're meeting with most of those households as we start that education period. But then, of course, some people, Delaney's been, most of the renewals that she's done in the past few months have just been on a 6-month basis because we didn't know what was going to be happening with these policies. Most people, she will be having the opportunity to sit down and talk with here within the next 6 months about what these changes will be now that we're here at the end and we know what the policies will look like. It's been hard to do that to date because a lot has been changing even here right at the very end. But now that we know what these policies will look like, it will be a lot easier for her to go out and educate and to let people know how these policies will both negatively, but I think for the most part, positively impact those current tenants.
And all of the people that will see a rent reduction that will take place immediately upon their new renewal, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So anyone that has a rent reduction, as soon as they're up for renewal, and if they want to voluntarily terminate and renew, they can do that too. Anyone who has a rent reduction, that could take place immediately. Anyone who has a rent increase, that could also take place immediately, but I don't think anyone's going to want to do that unless they have their own reasons for seeing an advantage to a 2-year lease. So you will only be eligible for a 2-year lease if you do accept the full rent increase immediately. Whatever the household situation might be, that might be advantageous to them. I imagine most people are going to want to take advantage of the rollout that we have. There are 3 different buckets you could be placed in depending on how much your rent is going to go up based on your income. And I believe those are, yes, more than 10, but less than 30, more than 30, less than 50, and more than 50%. And each one of those, we would be utilizing a 6-month lease option, and it would go up incrementally kind of based on which bucket you get placed into. That way your rent isn't doubling immediately. It'll go up for 6 months. You will most likely already know what the next 6 months would look like. And then of course the following 6 months, which means at the end of, for the most part, a 2-year period, all households would not only be qualified, but also be paying the rent that they should be paying under the new tier system.
And once you've gone through that education process, is it possible for us to get a snapshot? Obviously with all personal information, unit number redacted, but so that we can really understand the true effects of this, so that when we are asked, we can speak knowledgeably about that.
Definitely. I think Delaney's, as you all know, she's a big data person. So I think she'll be tracking this as she goes along to see where the reductions are taking place. She'll definitely be tracking which qualification criteria we're having the most problems with. Just as a reminder, I made a quick note to myself because qualification is something that we're not allowing as much of a step out on. So for qualification, all new households, if you move to Telluride, you're new to Shandoka, you get lucky and your name's first on the wait list. Even if you didn't previously meet that qualification criteria, now you do in order to sign a new lease. If you're already in Shandoka and you want to renew, but let's say you don't have the requisite number of hours, we're going to allow you 6 months to catch up. And that doesn't mean 6 months to get 1,400 hours. That means 6 months to get 700. So it's all prorated. But for the most part, the only qualification criteria that are really going through a major change are, of course, the property ownership standard, which has now been expanded. And then we've never tracked net assets before. So that one will not only be a learning curve for staff, but also for current tenants who are not used to reporting that information unless they've been applying to purchase deed restricted units. They might be familiar with that process. The other standards are in place. It's just, as we've already mentioned in this meeting, have not necessarily been enforced, such as all adults needing to qualify. That is not something that has been enforced in the past, although it is a current policy. Household size usually is one that has been enforced, but we now have a formal policy on that. The hours, of course, are increasing, but we'll definitely work with people on that one. That's the one that we have the most flexibility on. And then, of course, source and amount of income, which are things that we have always tracked in the past, just maybe not with as much accuracy as we're going to be looking for in the future.
Okay.
Can I make a perfect statement real quick?
You may make a statement. I asked that you keep it to 3 minutes, and please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I want to take that off. With someone like me that's on our social security disability income, no matter what you do, if you lower my rent, then they take that away from me. So it doesn't matter with all this complicated stuff that you're doing. For someone like me, it won't help me one way or another, because when I show them that you've lowered my rent, then they lower my. That's the point.
Can you just clarify? Can you clarify the they? Can you clarify when you say they? Who are you talking about? Social Security. Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood that. Okay.
Their disbursement payments to you are based on rent. Sorry, so your the money you get from Social Security, you're saying that's based on what your rent costs are?
It's a sliding scale.
Sure.
So even if you lowered my rent, wouldn't do anything for me, because when I report it to them, they're gonna take that away from me. So all this complicated stuff, what that man said, you've made an unworkable system for yourselves. And it's a nightmare for everybody down there. You've got children starving down there. You've got, you look at me and you think, oh, that's a young man. I'm 62, I'll be 63 years old. I'm sick, I'm in pain. I can't walk, my feet are numb. I don't get enough food to eat. I know what it does to my psyche not to have enough food. What do you think it does to the children down there that don't have enough food? Any comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will adjourn the THA meeting and go back to council at 4:16 p.m., 4:17 p.m.
Jania, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 11, and that is executive session. And I assume we're all good to start that early.
Yeah.
We'll give everyone a.
Nobody's gonna even address about my concerns about being intimidated.
We are going to address those. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
My dog died, my little dog died. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Allie?
No comment. Well, you people are clueless. You people are clueless.
Does he have to move that?
Are we off?
No, we need a motion.
I
We
moved.
need to go into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion from me and a second from Jesse Ray. Me and how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Jesse, right, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes, we're moving into executive Okay, Tiffany, you ready? The time is now very late, 6:56 PM, and the executive session has concluded. The participants in the executive session were Ellen Levin, Geneva Shawnette, Jesse Rarguez, Tiffany Kavanaugh, Kevin Geiger, myself, Patty Erico, and partially Ashley Von Sprecken, me and Fee, and Zoe Denell. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record.
The only other thing, Mayor, if I can just mention for 11C, we did include our outside legal counsel, Jeff Klingsporn.
I accept that correction to the participants in the executive session. Seeing no objections, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent. Thank you, everybody, for hanging so long.